All right, we will call this meeting to order. Is there any public comment on the, oh, excuse me, would you please conduct the roll?
President Holt,
Present.
Vice President Wedge.
Present.
Sorry, my mistake. Trustee Wedge,
Present.
Clerk Grigsby,
Present.
Trustee Ross, and Trustee Brickler.
Present.
Is there any public comment on the closed session agenda items?
No, there is not.
All right, seeing none, then we will recess the closed session at 6:01.
Good evening. We will be providing interpretation during the Zoom channel, and I would like to provide information on how to access the channel in Spanish, just so people can follow the prompts and be able to hear us in Spanish in Zoom. So the following will be in Spanish. Estas instrucciones se dan para acceder al canal de interpretación. Estaremos proporcionando interpretación simultánea al español. Les pedimos que por favor, al ver su pantalla del computador, vayan al globo terráqueo, a la parte inferior de su pantalla, seleccione el lenguaje de su preferencia, en este caso el español, y apague el audio original. En inglés dirá Mute Original Audio. Esto es para evitar escuchar dos voces. Si en caso usted es bilingüe, le pedimos que elija solamente un lenguaje. Si nos acompaña a través de teléfono inteligente o tableta, le pedimos que vaya a los 3 puntos y busque la configuración de acceso al lenguaje, apriete español y después el botón Done o la configuración terminado para activar la acción. Gracias. Thank you.
All right, it is 7 o'clock, so we will reconvene here in open session. And Trustee Brickler, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and moving, there was no action taken in closed session, and I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Actually, I have a request to, this is Trustee Brickler. I noticed that we have 2 related items from Schoolworks. We have both the demographic and enrollment projection study, and I don't know if they're also presenting on the action item, the revised attendance boundaries. I thought it might be helpful if we heard the demographic and enrollment study prior to making a decision about boundaries. So I was wondering if there's a way for us to connect those 2 items.
Yeah. Is Schoolworks doing that presentation?
Schoolworks is doing the presentation. We did not ask them to provide a presentation on the demographic study itself, since they'd walked the board through that in a previous study. So that's why it's just under information. This is the information that we had. And then that way we could concentrate more on just the boundary.
Okay, I guess it just seemed, when I was reviewing the demographic study, I was anticipating it might have some like methodology or kind of how the attendance boundaries were determined or what the process was. So you're saying that those 2 are kind of not those two items are not connected.
Correct. So like we could have the demographic study no matter what, and then the boundaries and the methodology would probably be best encompassed in the presentation of the boundaries itself.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
And those
Aye.
opposed? All right, seeing none. Move to item 6, the presentation on the California School Dashboard. Oh. Absolutely. So while we do have some open seating up here in the front, there's also seating in the lobby where we've got Promethean boards set up, so you can still watch live what's happening in the meeting. So please fill in the seats in the front here too, and have a seat.
Good evening, President Holt and trustees. This is Interim Superintendent Lucy Garcia, and I'm going to present to you our staff and our community the California Dashboard. So I'll speak louder. Correct. So I'll speak louder, and that won't mess up Zoom. They're not going to be blasted out. Okay, so I will speak louder. Thank you. No, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to present the dashboard today for the trustees and the community and staff. Dave, can you hear me if I just stand right here, or do I have to lean down? Okay, perfect. Okay, so the California School Dashboard, it's an online tool, and it's basically for all the community, parents, educators, anybody can pretty much go onto the dashboard and take a look at data at any district in California. And so the purpose of that dashboard is to provide that, the local data here for our families when they engage in our LCAP meetings, for our staff as they make plans for programs, and then our board so that they understand exactly where we are with the work that we're doing in the district. So this reports data for all of our student groups. So it breaks down data by student group, and I'm going to dive into that and show you that in detail throughout this presentation. Promotes continuous improvement, which we're always talking about in education, and includes the state and local indicators. And I will also explain to you what that means. Point at you. Okay. So if you see here on the slide, you will see that state data looks like the gauges, right? And the gauges have the colors, and those colors are part of how we're going to interpret where we are in terms of the data. And then the local data down below there, and you'll see the arrow, those are the boxes with the blue standard met in those boxes. So what state data is all the standardized assessments that the state has us give to our students. And then the local data is how we analyze and report back to the state where we are in terms of our progress towards continuous improvement. And if you look at, this is our actual dashboard, and you'll see that all of our local indicators have standard met. That means that we as a district we responded to the prompts by the state, and we submitted our information in a timely manner. The standard met isn't like the standardized test score type of standard met. It's really just that we met the timeline that was put forth to us by the state. So again, a little bit more about local indicators. They basically measure our basic conditions at school. They measure how we're implementing our standards. School climate surveys, parent involvement and family community engagement, and then access to courses. And all of this information is presented in more detail to the board in June when we bring our LCAP forward for approval. So the state indicators, and again, that standardized assessment. Did you have a question?
Do you want me to save my questions to
No.
the end? With the LCAP, because this is based on 2022, 2023, and we're so dramatically different. How are we taking this data towards our LCAP if we no longer have like Rock Creek or Alta Vista? Is this still relevant? How
Yeah.
are we utilizing this?
This is still relevant because we still have our students and our staff. So just that they moved locations doesn't change how we need to serve our students.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And we can talk more about that too. As we go through the LCAP process, of course, we're looking at, at our local data, at our state data. And yes, it is that we write the plan this year to address the need based on last year's data. That's how the system is designed. So you always feel like you're a little bit off, but it's, that's the way it works.
It feels like a dramatic off, like especially because we've lost transportation, so attendance may be affected totally different. I just think there's a lot of differences
Sure.
between what's going on now and what was going on last year.
Okay, I'm gonna, and we'll dive into some of that student group data as well. Okay.
Awesome.
So color equals, so the color on the gauges equals the status plus the change. So where we are currently in, where our students are. And so that this is collectively district wide, right? So where we are, and then if we've made growth or if we haven't made growth. And so this is it sounds complicated. The dashboard is a little bit complicated, but once you dive in and start looking at data, it'll make more sense to you. And really the intent today is to teach you a little bit about it so that you can go and dive in yourself at home and take a look at the dashboard more in depth. So if you look at, if you look at the lowest performance would be the red, the highest performance would be in blue. But again, growth is factored into that, and we'll get into that. So this is a 5x5 table. This is complicated to explain, and it takes some time to really fully understand. But if you take, let's say a student was at a very high performance level and then took a state assessment and declined significantly, they may have been, in green or blue, but then even though they're very high and they're above that standard, that and they're exceeding standards, they still might drop down to a yellow color. So we can't look at the colors at face value of red means that they're very low and yellow, it does, but are they making growth? The state really wants to make sure that we're taking into account whether our students are making growth. And then distance from standard, you'll hear this in the education world. I wanted to put an example up here because you can actually take a look at this presentation online, when you have time. And again, if you visit the dashboard, you'll have all of this as a guide. All of these snapshots were meant to help guide you through that dashboard. The distance from standard would be here, like here. If a third grade student has an ELA score of 2,420, but they scored and the max score, or sorry, that I'm just going to read it because I'm going to get it mixed up. If the third grade student receives an ELA score of 2420, the student has, and you can see the student that's referenced here on this graph, on this graphic, the student has a DFS of -12, so 12 points below standard because their score is 12 points below the lowest possible score for standard met level. So the most important thing here for you to understand is it's that lowest point. It's below the lowest possible score for standard met. Okay, so I'm going to avoid using distance from standard a lot today. We're just going to look at the dashboard snapshots. But if you ever are part of, an LCAP discussion, or you hear data being presented, or our educators here know that we do use the word distance from standard. Okay, so our district level data. So again, I just showed you this slide. It had markings all over it. Now I'm going to show it to you clean. You can see here our current data. So this is from 22-23. And for the dashboard, that's considered current. The dashboard was just released on December 15th. And so this is actual fresh current data. And our chronic absenteeism as a district is in the yellow category. Suspension rate yellow. Our English learner progress is blue. And our English language arts is orange, and then so is math. And the nice thing about these this dashboard is that it comes in multiple ways of looking at data. So you can actually drill down and look for, for bar graphs or words, and then the dashboard the gauges themselves have the color and then that ribbon up on top of the color. So it really helps you be able to take a look and really understand what you're seeing. And then again, all of our local indicators show standard met because we met our deadline of submitting information to the state. This is what you will see when you go onto our dashboard. This is a snapshot of our student population, keeping in mind that there is a snapshot day, right? So there's one day that the state takes a snapshot of our students and our demographics, and then that's the data that we use throughout the year. Even though we know students come and go, that's the way the state calculates our demographics. So for academic performance, we're going to take a look here. English language arts, again, we're in the orange. You're going to hear some redundancies because I'm going to show you data in different ways, and I'm just going to keep showing. It's the same data, so it's going to sound redundant, but there's a reason for that. So English language arts, again, we're in orange. Now we've declined by 10.5 points in English language arts as a district. And we are 35.3 points below standard. So I'm not going to read every single one of these to you, but I do want to show you what I'm looking at. So when I look at this, I'm looking at the color, right? And I'm looking at how many points below standard we are and whether or not we declined, maintained, or we increased. So maintained is the state's way of saying if you're within a couple of points of, you didn't really go down more than a couple of points, you didn't really go up a couple of points, they consider that maintaining. And you will see what that looks like as we go throughout this presentation.
I'm sorry, Trustee Ross, how do you figure out the why? Once you get the information, how do you figure out the why? Like, why is something declining, or do you never get to know the why?
Well, we meet in our teams and we talk. We talk about, absenteeism or our academics, what are the needs? What do our teachers need? What do our coaches need? What do the principals need? This isn't just something that we just look at and we walk away from. This is data. We've already talked about some of this data and we bring it up in all of our meetings and, we drill down. Principals know their students and their staff. And so they come, we talk, we figure out what the need is, and then that's how we write all of our plans. So as you know, we have our strategic plan, which, we should be looking at data to inform us, right? We have our LCAP. Our sites have their school site plans that are based off of our district's strategic plan, right? So everything's connected and it's all connected to the data.
And when you say we as in team, who's on those teams? Just so we have a reference point.
We have community engagement when community comes and learns about the LCAP and we look at data. We have school site councils that look at data for the site level to determine how to spend their title funds. We have our principal team. We have our coaches work with teams of teachers and staff. So we have our assessment team, we have our priority standards team, we have multiple teams, our MTSS teams at sites that look at student data. So now I'm going to point you to the part that says equity report, and then you'll see the band of colors there. So if you look at the red category, there are 3 student groups that are in the red. There are 4 that are in the orange, and then 0 in yellow, green, and blue for English language arts for our district-wide data. For math, we're looking at being in the orange. We maintained at 0 points, and we are 61.5 points below standard. So again, looking at the report of student groups, 2 in red, 4 in orange, 1 in yellow. And I'm gonna show you some of that data in just a minute. English learner progress, 59.3% of our students are making progress of our English learners. So this is great news. We focused a lot on serving our English learners pretty much since I first came here, which has been 5 years ago now. And now we have increased 11.8% back to our teams, the Improvement Collaborative that started the work, and then now through our MTSS and the work our principals do with their staff. So these are the red student groups for English language arts. So we're looking at our English learners, our homeless, and our students with disability. And you can see that we've declined points in each of those categories. So when we look at, how we're spending our funding or what our plans are or what we're looking for in terms of metrics, we have to take this data into consideration. But I do want the board and the public and our staff to know that this is just one measure. Actually, our staff knows because our staff use multiple measures of data to analyze student progress. We know that not all students flourish in a standardized test environment. Therefore, there are formative assessments throughout the year and common assessments and other things that our staff uses to determine how their students are doing.
Would you mind giving us, this is Trustee Brickler, some context for when you see on the prior slide in particular, when you see how many points below standard? I know you showed the range and that there's a range that is considered standard met, but can you put these numbers into context? Because they seem rather large, but like how big is this kind of continuum that we were looking at
So if you
visually?
think about if your points below standard, it's the lowest. So that those points start at the lowest possible score of standard met. So it's if you
I understand that part.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not what I mean. I guess I'm just trying to, for context, I mean, this seems like so how large is the range for standard met? Is it 200 points? I'm trying to figure out how far off we are when you see 100 points below standard. Like a standard deviation, is it this seems I know there's so much hard work behind catching our students up, behind all the educational opportunities and that are provided, but I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how significant these numbers are.
Well, I can send you the formulas for that because each grade level has a different set of points that they adhere to. So that third grade example was that third grade set of points, right?
That was like 2,400 or something. So we're saying 100 points off of, okay, I'm just trying to.
It's hard. It's not easy and it takes some time to go through. So
I'll try to dig
send
in.
you some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then one other thing to pay attention to here would be the number of students in each category, right? So not that less students declining is okay. It's just that we know that when we look at this data that if it's, it could be 500 students, it could be 20 students. Oh.
Is that, so it would, I'm sorry, on that last slide, would that be 408 students out of our 1,400 students that are below level? And the majority of them, okay.
No, that's 206 students are English learners. 56 students of our students are
Thank you.
homeless.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's where I was like, wait a minute.
146 are students with disabilities.
And out of those, we don't know how many of those students or who, who's fluctuating. The teachers and the principals know who
They
it
do
is.
know that. Yes, that is site level data that helps them
This
drive
data
instruction.
doesn't tell us how many.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what the state will not do is they will not give you information that would make a student identifiable. So they don't even report out if there are not at least 12 students. They won't even report the data because students could be identifiable in smaller groups. But our teachers have that information because they have the students. That's why that goes to the site level. That's why sites make their plans on how to serve students. And then ELA student groups that are in orange. So you're going to see the same information on each of these squares. So I don't want to read every square to you. I just want to make sure that you understand what to look at. So you're looking at the color on the gauge, but also whether they declined, maintained, or increased. So you can see here which of our student groups declined. And then we have one so again, the state calls it maintained, even though they decreased slightly. And then math, our student groups that are in the red, we have 2 student groups, English learners and homeless. Our student groups in the orange, you can see here, I'll let you take a look at it. And I'm going to call out the increase, 7.1 points for our students with disability in math. That's definitely a celebration. Even though they're orange, they've still shown growth, so there's an increase. and then yellow. And again, with an increase. So comparing to where California is right now, the gray stands for maintained. So California is considered to be maintaining their ELA scores, which is why I put a gray there instead of a green or a red. So you can see there where we stand with the state. And then this is the same data I've already presented to you with the gauges. It's just another way to look at it. I know that we have people that prefer different types of ways to look at data. So I wanted to make sure that I was differentiating here. This is the slide that so PCOE, our county partner, they assist us with differentiated assistance, which means that our student groups that score low for, you know, and meet a certain criteria, the county will come in and help us support those student groups to really lift up their scores. And again, this is standardized assessment. So it's one measure, right? These are our scores over time. So the gold is all students in 2019. And then because we didn't have data during COVID, you skip forward to 2022 and 23. So the top row of bars there is ELA. The bottom row is math.
And that's the percentage of students that are meeting standard or exceeding standard, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Percentage
so-
of students. Thank you.
So
Meeting or exceeding.
roughly 62% of students then aren't meeting standards for English language,
Correct.
and 70% aren't for math.
Correct.
And Trustee Ross, can you just explain to us a little bit of why? I mean, we understand COVID was a thing and that did impact our students, but why would be a reason for our test scores to decrease at this point?
Well, that's a great question. You know, because we have priority standards and we have common assessments to drive instruction. So this is the question that our principals have to work out at their sites with their staff. And when we can, because this data just came out in December, right? Principals have known pretty much their CASP scores and they've already shared that with their staff, but coming out in the dashboard puts things into a different, you know, gives us a different way of looking at test scores. We are meeting next Tuesday to go over the dashboard and take a look at it and see where our strengths our strengths are, and then our areas where we can improve. And we're also going to be working with our county office to really drill down and find out, you know, how we can support our students. But that can't happen without the principals because they're the experts at their site and they work with their staff directly. So there will be more to come. And then science is not part of a dashboard gauge. So you can't look at the dashboard and find a gauge for science, but I felt that it was important, especially because we've been putting money toward science a little bit more in terms of robotics and clubs and that type of thing. So I didn't put a comparison here, but you can go onto the dashboard. And what I'm giving you here is the opportunity to go to the front page of the dashboard, and then you'll see where it says generate PDF report, view all schools, and view additional reports. You can go in and click California Science Test and take a look. And if you want to run multiple year comparisons or look how we're doing against the state or other districts, you can do that in there as well. So again, I'm giving you the tools to go ahead and look in the dashboard and take a look at our data. So under the academic engagement, chronic absenteeism, we are in the yellow. We did decline by 7.5%. Now that is declining there is good. So this is where we switch to declining is what we want to see. It's considered growth. So we declined by 7.5%. So 29% though of our students are still chronically absent. So as we're going through SIPSAs and LCAPs and making all these plans, we're going to keep in mind that we really want to increase student attendance. Conditions of climate for suspension. Again, we declined by 3% overall as a district, which is good. And then suspension for our student groups, you can see here who's in the red, orange, yellow. We have no student groups in green and blue. For our foster youth, suspensions did increase by 13%. And for our homeless students, our suspensions did increase by 0.5%. So we will take a look at that data and figure out what we can do to make sure that we are supporting our students. And then this is, again, one more way to look at the data. And then we are considered to be in differentiated assistance. Placer County did inform me that we are in the program for homeless student group for academic and suspension indicators. So they'll be working with us, focusing on those indicators this upcoming year. School level data. Now I'm going to breeze through these a little bit more quickly because now we've been through the dashboard. You've seen the graphics and the images. This is again, so PCWE has developed a data dashboard for us to use. And this is a slide that, that we could pull off that dashboard, just showing one way to look at the data for where our schools are. Oh, and I'm sorry, that was for ELA. And then this is for mathematics. And then now I'm going to go school by school. What I didn't do was put the entire dashboard on here because you already know what it looks like and it's the first page that you see. So to save some space and not be up here for 45 minutes, I decided to keep some of the graphics off. But you can go ahead and so again, I say this again and again, just go into the dashboard. You can type in California dashboard, type in our district name, and you can drill down into any of our schools. So for Skyridge academic performance, Skyridge declined in ELA by 6.2 points, but they're 0.4 points below standard. So we still want to see growth, but the points below standard is 0.4. And then for mathematics, they increased 5.3 points. Now I want to point you out here to the English learner progress. The work that they did last year helped their English learners make progress toward the English language, and that was an increase of 15.6%. This is a huge celebration. 75.3 of their English learners are making progress. Academic engagement, chronic absenteeism declined, and so did their suspension rate. And they're in the green for suspension, which is great. Auburn Elementary, we are in yellow for both English language arts and mathematics. And in English language arts, Auburn Elementary increased by 4 points, and for math, an increase of 3.2 points. There were not enough students to give us a dashboard color for English learner progress. Academic engagement, chronic absenteeism declined by 12.6%, and suspension rate maintained at 0.2. Rock Creek, we have English language arts is in the orange, mathematics in the yellow, English learner progress is in the green. English language arts maintained, they declined by 1.4 points, but it's not considered decline again, it's considered maintain. And then they increased in math by 13.2 points, and then maintained at 1.7 for their English learner progress. And then academic engagement, chronic absenteeism declined by 17.3%, and suspensions increased by 1%. E.B. Kane, we have English language arts and math both in the orange. English language arts declined by 15.6 points, and mathematics maintained at negative 2.2. So the negative 2.2 means that they declined by 2.2, but we don't call it decline. I feel like I have to say that every time because it could be confusing if I don't. And then their English learner progress increased by 24%. So we're celebrating that. And with 58% of their students making progress. And then academic engagement, again, for chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism increased by 0.6%, with 34% of our students chronically absent. And then suspension rate declined by 6%. And then Alta Vista Charter, ELA and math both declined and are both in the orange. And there were not enough students to measure English learner progress. Academic engagement, their chronic absenteeism declined by 25.3%, and their suspensions increased by 4.1%. So I want you to understand what we're doing. So we are still continuing with our multi-tiered systems of support. We are working through the framework, and at our sites, our staff and our principals meet in MTSS teams to talk about student data. Again, like what I said earlier, so I won't go on about that and be redundant. We use multiple measures of data. We have an ed services department that has instructional coaches and an English learner TOSA, and a program specialist for our special education department, to really support the classroom and the school site, and therefore the student. And then we are beginning interim assessment blocks. Those mirror the SBAC test. The SBAC test is the Smarter Balanced test falls under that CASP window. So that can be confusing too. CASP is the system, the SBAC are the assessments within, and the interim assessment blocks mirror how the questions are given to students. So students get more familiar with the language and the rigor. And if you remember, we've gone through creating our priority standards and moving to a standards-based report card, all in alignment with what's expected of our students within the standards. And then if we can meet those expectations within the standards, then when they assess, then they recognize the language, they recognize the format, and they will theoretically not be as nervous, or they'll do better overall. We are working with the UC Davis Math Project and Area 3 Writing. Both, I am told, is exciting for our staff. They are very engaging and hands-on. They make training fun, and there are things for our staff to be able to use right away in the classroom. And what UC Davis Math Project does is they teach the strategies of math, right? So the standards are really the curriculum, the textbooks support that, but those strategies that we use to support all learners, UC Davis Math and Area 3 Writing, they really flesh those out. So and then again, differentiated assistance work with our county partners. And then I asked the principals, what are they doing at their sites to address some of the data that they've seen? And, they could speak more to some of the, of what they started doing last year based on the dashboard data and what, our common assessments and that type of thing. And so the bottom bullet points are really what I heard from our principals. Focus on reading using novels, academic vocabulary, shifting students' understanding on what assessment is for. There's a purpose for assessment. If students understand the why, then they have more buy-in when they take the assessments. Helping our English learners understand why it's important to reclassify. That was something that we found that one of our principals said, students didn't understand that these progress monitoring assessments here and the standardized assessment here are so important to helping them reclassify. And so once students understood that, then students start taking those assessments a little bit more seriously. And now we're reclassifying students at a higher rate. And as you can see on our dashboard, we made a lot of progress for our English learners. So really just, looking at our data and ensuring that our students are connected to their learning, that they understand the why, that they're connected to their peers. These are all the steps we've already taken. And then we're never done. That's what continuous improvement is. Always looking at our data, always taking the next best step to support our students. Thank you.
Here, if you guys want to sit down or instead of standing, that's a long time to stand. And I'm free to give a high chair if somebody wants a chair too. You guys stand all day on your feet.
All right. And for the board, are there any additional questions on that before we move on? Okay. All right, moving then to item 7, and that's going to be public comment, and this is for items not on tonight's agenda. So if you have public comment that's on something on the agenda tonight, please save it for the agenda item. And if you start getting into that, I will interrupt you and ask you to hold on to that for the agenda item.
Okay, we have 8 so far this evening.
Okay.
First of all, if we can have Natalie, Michelle.
And so typically it's limited to, but let's just go through the 8 that we have.
Yep.
So why are we here? Where we're at in our society, in our community? Oh,
Restart my time. Testing. Oh, you can't hear me here. Okay. Okay. Let me take a breath in. All right. So why are we here? Where we're at in society and community, we're dissatisfied, right? And I propose that in our polarization, we don't have the answers. This new agenda is not the answer. The status quo is not the answer. And I'm worried that we're not going to find our answer because we cannot come together and work together. The reason for that is rigid agendas and egos. Renee's vote was so important. She was able to take in information, think for herself, and make an informed decision. And that's what I want for our kids. I don't want this for our kids. What are we teaching them? I want them, education should teach our kids how to do better than us, how to solve problems, how to work together. And I don't know if you know, and you may not like me, I don't know, but you set an example that your kids should be proud of, and I'm proud of, because you did that thing that showed working together. I also want to address how we're approaching these big changes. When things crumble, there's less to lose and more to gain. And often we miss the opportunity to scrap what isn't working and build back better. And I'd like to address you, Greg. You seem to pride yourself in striving for excellence to the degree that you've cited that equity impedes that. So I want to see that in your decisions. Shake things up. We need that. Like literally, we need that. We're dissatisfied. But if you're going to do something, do it well. For these huge transitions that we're making, we need to research effective models. We need to leverage resources. We need to gather community input, consider logistics, and allow sufficient time to make the transition. Contrary to popular belief, the TK through 8 model can work. I'm sorry, don't come for me. But if we do it, we need to do it well. And if we don't, what's the point? What legacy are you leaving? And recently, we've had a missed opportunity. Unfortunately, we had to close schools down. Well, we could have put our resources on the table, created some magnet schools, found out where our best teachers were, reallocated like that, and made people excited for the change. I get to choose if my kid goes to a STEM school or a performing arts school, and all you did was leverage the skills and talents of your teachers that exist. That costs $0, and nobody would be so pissed off. Everybody's pissed off. And so now we're getting into this other hasty decision, and I'm just hoping that we can do better this time. If you're going to do it good, because it's an opportunity. All this crap that we're in is an opportunity to build back in a way that impacts our community positively. Also, make sure y'all vote and make sure you tell your friends to vote. Peace out.
Alicia Watkins.
God, how do you top that? I've lived in Auburn for more than 20 years and I love it here. I love this community. I love Placer County. And when I had a kid and he started going to Auburn Elementary, it was one of the best things because I got to volunteer there and I got to take part in a school community like my mom did when I was a kid. And it's unique and it's wonderful and it's amazing, you know. A lot of my son's teachers are here today. And I want to do anything in my power to save the educational community here, as it has been for years. I think that school choice extends beyond just being able to decide which school your kid goes to. It should be that you actually have a choice of what type of school your kid can go to. And when the survey went out that said, who is in favor of all K through 8 and who is in favor of having a choice, the majority said, we would like a choice. We would like an option. And when one of our amazing community veterans said, let's do an option of doing Skyridge K8 and leave Auburnell and leave E.V. Kane, I don't think we got to explore that enough. And I know the FRIP community did, or the FRIP team did amazing, and I appreciate that. But I don't think that we gave all of the stakeholders in this community enough information and enough chance to be informed as to what the options were going to be. There are so many taxpayers in this community that had no idea what was going on, were completely blindsided. And I honestly don't think that we have utilized enough of what we have in this community to try and find a solution to this problem. I don't think mandatory K-8 across the board is going to be it. That's just my opinion. And I respect others' opinions. Also, the dashboard kind of proves the damage that was done when Rock Creek was closed. Our ELA scores went down. Our one of the other scores went down, but Rock Creek scores were significantly up. So why did the whole districts go down, even though the school that we shut down was increased? We shut down a successful school and it damaged our community. And I think that's something else that we really, really need to explore, because it's not too late to figure out some way to bring Rock Creek back. And I think we're smart, and I think we're hard workers, and I think we kick ass, and I think we can find a solution if, like Natalie said, we don't do this, we come together. And you guys know, especially Mr. Wedge and Mr. Holt, know that we have differences. And I don't care about those differences. I care about the kids, and I care about saving the community. So I'm willing to do the work. So thank you for your time.
Shirley Paris?
I guess that doesn't really matter. Hi, my name's Shirley Paris, and I'm here tonight with one of my other hats. I'm here as president of the Auburn Education Foundation, and I wanted to share with you about the Auburn Education Foundation and about Race Across America, because they kind of coexisted. Auburn Education Foundation has been supporting your schools, your communities, your teachers for the last 38 years. And this year we just approved grants for $12,312 to support our teachers, our schools, and our kids. And so, those grants were written by those teachers and reviewed by the grant committee. And I'm pleased to say that we overextended what we normally give this year because we felt that there was a greater need and a greater need to support our teachers. So my other hat, Race Across America. First of all, I know three of our trustees were able to make it. I saw President Holt, Jason, you were there, Renee, thank you. December was a busy month. Sarah and Jamie, you were at Hometown Heroes. Race Across America, I am your co-location coordinator. We have 2,400 veterans buried in Auburn. And I want you to know that out of that, the way that we place those wreaths on the graves are that we have 20 sponsor groups. One of them is EVK Middle School, and they came in second in the whole area. They sold the second highest number of wreaths for this area. And what that does is when you're a sponsor group and you sell those wreaths, not only are you honoring our veterans, but $5 of that wreath comes back to the sponsor group. And the money that came back to EV Kane allowed them to give back to our community over $1,000. We donated to the firefighters burn unit. We donated to the Placer County Police Activities League. We donated to the Kiwanis House. We donated to the UC Davis Eye Institute on behalf of our Lions group. We donated to the Parade Committee. We donated to the CHP. We donated to the Salvation Army. We donated to the Placer Chaplaincy. And we donated to, I think that was it. So, it's twofold. So, part of that is because we have all of those junior high kids together. Thank you.
Jane Goldberg.
Hi, I hope I'm not on YouTube. I'll try and keep it clean. Oh yeah, I am. Zoom. I have lived in Auburn about 12 years. I have nothing, I just prepared tonight, so I'm a little nervous, but I've been in Skyridge for 8 years now with both of my kids. This is only my second board meeting. I went about this time last year, and I would say that so many parents don't get the opportunity to participate because of the time of the board meetings. And yes, the Zoom is an opportunity to view, but it's smack dab right in the middle of dinner. So I think that that's a missed opportunity to get more engagement from parents. But for everybody that I see here, I guarantee that there are scores of people behind them that couldn't make it tonight. And by the way, I'm speaking on behalf of the students and the teachers to not go forward with the new plan. I think the presentation that in terms Superintendent Garcia gave was informative, and for not preparing anything to say, what I took from that was that we have so much work to do, and to put such a disruption into the lives of everybody involved in the school district by making these changes would just add a burden to everyone, to parents, to teachers, to the children. Even if you don't see it and, oh, kids are resilient, these things are disruptive. What else and on top of, the heels of the pandemic, I think it's just, it's not fair to rush a plan that doesn't have clear plans in place. I think last year, the only other board meeting I went to, there was a lot of discussion from current and former teachers of E.V. Kane on how amazing a dedicated middle school is. And I didn't go to a middle school. I went to a K through 8. I mean, you ask for opinions, 10 opinions, you're going to get 10 people for opinion, you're going to get 12 opinions. So everybody's is different, but and there are positives to K through 8s, but to take away that opportunity to have all the special programs at E.V. Kane, I think is a big mistake. And I do have an E.V. Kane student, and I'm speaking where I'm not very comfortable to do this because, and it's probably these plans probably won't affect me at all. I have an 8th grader who's going to Placer next year, and I probably will stay at the school I'm at, but it's for everybody else. It's for everybody else who's not going to get up here and sweating and nervous. So thank you for listening.
Lee Fryer. Okay. Claire Walker.
Hi, I'm going to try to project. I'm a mom of 3 AUSD students, and I'm actually the president of the site council at Skyridge. Well, here we are again, all packed like sardines, even though many of us requested a bigger space. I think that if we could have arranged an alternative space out there, we could have gotten a different site, right? Where we could all actually hear each other and be together. But I'm digressing. I'm actually not opposed to the TK8 transition. In fact, I was all for it last year when it meant saving money by closing one school. It would have seemed logical to save the neighborhood school that serves some of our more disadvantaged students in AUSD, logical to save that school, sorry. However, 3 members of the board in a very strange debate voted to close Rock Creek and keep the other sites as is. Y'all made your decision, you made your bed, and then in a shocking turn of events, you decided not to sleep in it. At the November board meeting, the same 3 members turned on what felt like a dime and voted to convert the 3 remaining schools into TK8 without input from the community and without a reasonable explanation as to how this will actually save money. Then in December, we spent way too much time in way too small of a space discussing the equity statement. Quite frankly, it felt like a slap in the face, and it was a distraction from the real work that needs to be done. So here we are, the middle of January, with so many questions and so much uncertainty. I do want to thank you for getting us the boundary maps that we can all start so that we can have conversations with our kids about what school will look like next year. However, I have some questions from the board and for the superintendent. When the board makes a decision, it's my understanding that they work with the district to implement a plan and carry out that decision. So y'all, where's the plan? What's going to happen with our teachers? What about the teachers who've been at the same site and are experienced and are pillars of that community? What are you going to do to retain teachers in this district where retention has historically been very, very low? I heard that 1/3 of teachers have left each year in the last 2 years. Are you not concerned about this? Please show us how you're going to support teachers and how teachers are supposed to feel safe and valued where there has been no direction. They are paid less than neighboring districts. And when a board member publicly encourages them to leave the California Teachers Union. How are we actually saving money after retrofitting EB Kane for TK to 3rd graders? You need a playground, bathrooms, and a logical plan for the flow of lunchtime for our younger students. Where's the plan? What's going to happen to all the electives, band, STEM, leadership, computers, events like Hometown Heroes and Ren Fair, honors classes, and sports that EB Kane has offered students this year? How are you going to handle the inevitable request to transfer schools outside of one's home school, as we are currently a school of choice district? Lottery, first come, first serve, inquiring minds would like to know. I have been in education my entire life. Tell us what we can do.
Yuretsi?
Dear board members, my name is Retzi Soto and I'm the president of Auburn Elementary. I'm here to tell you my worries about Auburn Elementary. My first worry is the pickup line. When I get out of school, it is sometimes raining and it's concerning because we are standing in the rain, cold and wet. I would like you to listen to my opinion at least once so that the kids could stand under a few school canopies or at least something to protect us from the rain. Another thing I would like to mention is the TK through 8. I have no idea why you would decide to make every school in the district TK through 8. There's still lots more kids trying to get in school, and yet you guys would like to have more kids. I worry about TK through 8 because we may not have specific teachers for our grade level, and that might affect our education. We are counting on you guys to make the correct decision that will benefit the students and teachers for the better of our education and the well-being of our school. If this happens next year, the budget will increase and we won't be able to pay for the after-school clubs and school supplies. Additionally, I would like to mention the gates near TK for their security and protection for the little ones to raise the gates higher. I mentioned this because the TK students are younger. Lastly, water is another issue. When kids are thirsty, they have to drink the dirty water that might make them sick. I ask you guys to please take into account my opinions for the students and teachers. Thank you.
Monica Peak?
Hello, I'm Monica Peak. I'm a TK teacher at Auburn. I, as well as many other people, would like to see a financial plan for EB Kane to accommodate into a TK8 school. I don't believe it's feasible or actually even possible. I think once again, you put the cart before the horse. I believe it's absolutely impossible to think that you can make EB Kane ready to be a TK8 school by this August with the need for permits and the actual installation of an ADA compliant safe play structure and playground at EB Kane, and to retrofit the bathrooms to install little tiny toilets in those big bathrooms. I just think it's crazy to rush this feat to be ready for this next school year. Why rush it? I would very much like to see a written, reasonable, legal, and well thought out plan for this to happen. Transparency and equity is what I'd like to see. I was informed by someone at the PCOE yesterday that a school in Loomis was not able to build or retrofit the bathrooms to accommodate the teeny toilets because of old plumbing and age to the building. I don't know how old Evie Kane is, but I don't know if that's going to work. I feel that as a public school district board, you owe it to the community to show us how you propose to pull off this astronomical plan. Thank you.
And that's all the general public comments.
This is President Holt. Moving then to item 8A, up to comments from the Auburn Union Teachers Association.
Normally, I would start out by saying good evening to school board trustees and interim superintendent Lucci Garcia. But to be honest, it's not a good evening for AUSD, our students, our schools, or our community tonight. I'm telling you how disappointed I am with the AUSD leadership. We are here again in a small packed room during cold and flu season with many stakeholders trying to be part of this meeting when a huge decision is being made that affects the futures of our students and our schools and many members of our public. Still, we're packed against the wall. This is ridiculous, and AUSD should do better. The district has an obligation to do everything they can to provide a safe access to these public meetings for all of our community who want to participate, and your efforts were once again this month a failure. I want everyone to know and to be able to share that in the community that I and AUTA personally requested in advance to have this meeting relocated to a larger venue with there would be enough room. I also am concerned that community members requested the same thing. Not only did the district leadership refuse to comply with these requests, they did not respond. This is evidence that clearly shows an effort by our school board and superintendent to silence the community so that they can drive a plan forward that does not have community support from our students, staff, and parents. While AUSD moves forward with this plan to transition our schools to the TK8 model to save money, I want to point out a few things. In the past 2 years, we've lost 2/3 of our staff of teachers. We've lost the district, a turnover that continues to affect us and creates the lack of continuity, the lack of continuality, experience, and stability. So, Ms. Ross, your point on the dashboard of why our test score is so low, we don't have the teachers and the experience and the consistency to get those to where they need to be. In the past 2 years, we lost a superintendent, and now we have an interim superintendent who is leading the helm with our district while it undergoes major reorganizational changes due to closing 2 schools at the end of last school year. We are now faced with another huge change to the Auburn community during the district plans to change it to a K-8. These boundaries, they came from a company, not stakeholders, not families, not staff, not community members. It's a cutting line into North and South Auburn. One is much larger socioeconomically disadvantaged, and the other is socioeconomically advantaged. Our ADA projection increased by 354 from our adopted budget in July. The revenue projection increased by 1.46 million from the adopted budget in July. Did you know that AUSD has projected to spend about $500,000 less this year than they did last year on teacher salaries, and that there's no intention of giving a cost of living increase? But hey, newsflash, the governor is going to protect school funding for next year. The state funding has been historic, and the state funding will continue to come in, which means Auburn is going to have even more money due to this increased funding. What the governor's doing is using his reserves. Maybe AUSD should do the same. But yet, AUSD is now paying substitutes $200 a day and $275 a day for junior high school. The same rate of pay which Tahoe Truckee Unified School District pays its substitutes, which by chance is the richest school district in Placer County. Did you know that the services that outgo lawyers, consultants, all kinds of things, increased by $941,000 from the original adopted budget in July. Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
All right. And do we have CSEA with us tonight? I don't believe we do. So moving forward then to comments from the board and superintendent, starting with the superintendent.
This is interim Superintendent Lucci Garcia, and I would like to announce that I will not be seeking an extension of my contract and therefore will end my tenure in AUSD on June 30th, 2024. This decision has not been taken lightly, but after careful consideration, I believe it's the best course of action for my personal and professional growth. During my time here, I have had the privilege of witnessing dedication and commitment of our team. I am grateful for the opportunity to work with such exceptional individuals who have inspired me to constantly strive for excellence. I have learned invaluable lessons and witnessed remarkable progress during my tenure. The emphasis on continuous improvement has shaped my own desire to lead with empathy, actively listen, and clearly communicate. I deeply appreciate the support and trust extended to me throughout this journey. Thank you so much for the opportunity to continue the growth and success of AUSD.
Thank you. Right. Well, this is President Holt. I've certainly been grateful for having Michelle Lucci Garcia with us, and that we will have her until the end of June. If we can't tie her down and keep her a little bit longer. But I'm going to keep my remarks real brief as well. Shirley Paris, thank you for what you've done with Wreaths Across America. I was able to make it there last month. The Kane students out there just did a fantastic job. It's really great to see them integrating with the community. It's always great to get out there and see them. So I'll move on and pass it to the rest of the board.
This is Clerk Grigsby. I absolutely agree. The Wreaths Across America was so emotional, so strong, so important for us to remember that it does happen every day, and that cemetery is absolutely packed with so many wreaths now. It was beautiful. I personally know two of them, and it was wonderful to not only put wreaths and roses on their graves. It was really important for me. Thank you.
Hi, Trustee Brickler. I am asking the board to rethink decisions regarding our schools. The planning process has faced the planning process over the past few years has faced numerous challenges. Last year, we had a superintendent leadership change in the midst of the process. We've heard another announcement this evening, and we really need strong leadership to help us and experienced leadership to help us through this sort of the complexity of these issues. I have a lot of empathy for the 3 new trustees who joined us last year. I regret that they were in a position where they were asked to make such consequential decisions immediately after joining the board. I think we've also there have been multiple decisions made over multiple years, which makes it harder for those to be made in a cohesive way that minimizes disruption to students and families. My fear is that the decisions that we're making can further negatively impact our enrollment, which would cause more families to leave our district if they're not lucky enough to get a spot in the lottery elsewhere. I know a lot of people are scrambling to get on lists, and or for those who are not privileged or fortunate enough to be able to say, well, we're going to opt out and go to private school, or I'm going to homeschool my child. I fear that any of the potential cost savings that we're chasing will be erased by enrollment losses, and that these decisions are not being made in a way that's inclusive of our community or that builds goodwill with our families. And I think we can do better. And a couple more things I want to say is that we have the opportunity to model the behavior we want to see in our own children, flexibility in our thinking, the ability to acknowledge that we're going down a path that may not get us a desired result, to pause and reflect and to reassess our decisions. This is not kicking the can down the road, but pausing so that we can rethink how to keep our families. I keep using this business analogy, but we are a big business. We are one of the major employers in the city of Auburn. Our families are our customers. We depend upon partnering with our families, our customers, in order to stay in business. It seems that customer satisfaction with our decision-making process is at an all-time low. And the hopeful news here is that we can still course correct. We can still reassess where we are, what our goals are, and how to get there as a community. This is a time when we really need to engage our families. And I understand that one of our site councils was constrained to be able to ask families about their preferences. It's essential that we incorporate the preferences of our families into our decision-making process in order to get this right. Many of our trustees ran on the platform of parent choice, and I want us to plan for, we need to hear what our families want and plan for that.
Trustee Wedge. Also wanted to thank Shirley for the Wreaths Across America. It was the first time I actually brought my wife and my two boys, and my wife, she's not even a citizen yet. We're still working on that, and she was just amazed and overwhelmed of just the love and support that we have for our veterans. So thank you for putting that on, and my boys really enjoyed it, and so did my wife. So we look forward to attend every year from here on. All right, now I wrote a statement, and I want to address my recent comment on the CTA, where I stated that no other organization has done more harm to our children and driven more families out of the public school systems than the CTA has. So I believe that the CTA started off with good intentions and wanted what teachers need to educate our children to become successful. But something went very wrong through the years when money, power, and political ideology started to guide their decisions. The CTA no longer guides their decisions based on the best educational practices and teaching for our children, but rather are guided by money and an ideology that is politically driven. This was very evident a few years ago when we went through COVID. The CTA pushed back on opening up our schools early and removing the mask from our children. Still to this day, we're seeing the traumatic impact from this pushback. Furthermore, the CTA has earmarked $26 million, the last I heard, to fund school board races across California that line up with their political ideology and agendas. With California spending more per student than the majority of any other state in the union, and 40% of our state budget for education, our academic scores remain one of the lowest of the majority states in the union. This really doesn't make too much sense to me. Until we get back to the basics, which some refer as the 3 R's, remove all political ideology and agendas from our schools, we may not see a huge increase in our educational standards. So I stand firm with the statement that I made that the CTA has done more harm to our children and driven more families out of the public school system than any other organization has.
Trustee Ross, after that statement, I would like to acknowledge how amazing our teachers are. And you would know that if you showed up at our schools and you saw the way that our students admired them and looked up to them. Union or not, our teachers are what make us. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have the students that we have today. I am honored and blessed for the very purpose of you allowing me in your classrooms to teach these kids how to rap, to have fun, to dance, to stop and pause and let you know you're the reason these children show up. And so on that note, I think your Retzi, who I cannot wait to see as president, is a perfect example of what's happening in our school system right now. Students are finding their voices. It's phenomenal. There's no political agenda other than they want to come to school, socialize, go to recess, eat lunch, and maybe learn a couple things, right? I really want to echo Trustee Brickler's sentiment on just slowing down. My child will have gone to 3 different schools in the past 3 years with what's going on, and I'm not the only one. I show up, I see students crying because they don't know where they're going to end up. I just want you to know that we are in it together. There are a lot of distractions, a lot, as President Holt calls it, virtue signaling. There is a lot of this going on right now. And the only thing we should be concentrating on is our vision for the future. So please, please, please come together. Give us something that shows us what you want so we can see what's going out there in our community. Stay together, unite, come together and visualize how our future is going to look for our students, our future community members, our future teachers. Thank you for all that you do. I honestly can't thank you enough. And for Shirley Paris, there were so many thank yous for you tonight. We are so fortunate to have you in our district. And I really wonder and question what our Renaissance Fair is going to look like. For you all that love the wreaths across America, what is that going to look like on 3 different campuses? Because everything has to be quote unquote equal. So I'm excited to see this plan. I'm excited to see what the district brings forth for our plan. I'm excited to see an update on our master facility plan. I'm excited for all these things. But thank you for showing up and being here for our students.
This is President Holt. Moving, to tonight's consent agenda. We are going to pull items G and K. Is there anything else anyone would like to pull?
A as well, please.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. So with that being said, then I move that we approve tonight's consent agenda with items A, G, and K pulled.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? All right. Seeing none, the motion carries. So let's start with item A, just so I don't get mixed up.
So Trustee Brickler, item A is both a warrant report and just kind of the account summary. So I'm going to try to keep my comments brief because there's so many things you can highlight. But one thing I noticed is that I'm concerned that we will expend beyond our budget for legal expenses. It seems like we had already spent about 80% of that budget for the year by December. And I know that some of those costs are out of our control, but I'm wondering how we can be more judicious about when to consult legal when it comes to kind of minor questions. I'm concerned that we're going to overspend on that line item. And I know sometimes it's out of our control, but I think there are items that are within our control in terms of how frequently we are consulting legal counsel. So
Was there a question or was that just a statement?
I asked, how can we be more judicious about when to consult legal? I saw it just very recently when I had a question about when I could access I had historically had access to the board software and I could see things in advance. And then my access was cut off and I just asked what changed. And it ended up turning into a situation that required legal to be consulted. And I think that that's an example of a time when we're incurring expenses just by having a conversation.
So speaking to that particular situation, I did quote you the policy, and then you had more questions, which is why I consulted legal, because the policy I quoted for you, it needed more explanation for you, and that's something that legal can do for us. So we are judicious when we consult with legal. We don't just consult, you know, without doing our own research or looking at our own policies or looking at the law first. So I don't really know how to answer your question other than to say that we are very thoughtful and mindful of how we spend our money.
Perhaps in that situation, that could have been a conversation. I'm going to need to consult legal for this. Like, do you want me to proceed on that path? Because those expenses add up quickly. Those are, you know, I don't know, that could have been a $300 conversation. I think it just adds up fast. So I think just more communication internally might help with avoiding unnecessary expenses. My concern is whenever you see a variance, when you're looking at, we have a budget for the year and we're perhaps halfway through the year, but we've already expended 80% of the budget. That's a flag that we're not on track to be within budget on a particular item. Okay, and the other question I had was, I noticed that there was a budget balance of $453,000 in the charter fund. And I was wondering what the plan is for utilizing these funds. I know the charter is in inactive status, so perhaps it just sits there, but I was hoping to understand what the options might be for that.
Thank you, CBO Leslie, speaking. Yeah, so I mean, anything that belonged to Alta Vista, because they were put on a kind of like a pause instead of, you know, a full closure. If it had been anything general fund related, that would have liquidated back to the district. Now everything must halt essentially. And in addition, a lot of those funds are state grant fundings or one-time fundings that have expiration dates or expenditure requirements. So without those expenditures going forward, we just have to kind of hold on to them until the state requests them returned.
Okay, so those that balance will likely be returned to the state essentially?
A majority of it, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those were my two main questions regarding this item.
All right. Okay. So then all in favor of approving item 10A, approval of the warrant report, or correction. I move that we approve item 10A, approval of the warrant report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, seeing none, it carries. All right, so item 10G, I know I had something on it. I think Michelle, you had a piece there too. So I'll let you go first.
Okay, the reason why I wanted to pull this item is just because there was a change to be made. There was a Labor Day was mistyped on the calendar, and so we made that amendment and we reprinted for the public to access, which I think now is on the back table, and put a copy in each of the trustees. So just with that one change to the date that Labor Day is occurring on.
And then this President Holt, I had a concern about using the 3 snow days in February again. Last year, we got ourselves in trouble because we didn't have any snow days to use when we had, I think I was told, 30% of the staff couldn't make it to EB Kane. So we had to use a snow day to EB Kane. I looked at weather for the general area. At Auburn, we don't get very much snow. Average in January is like 0.4 inches, then 0.2 in February and also in March. But the surrounding area, it looks like they have the same amount of snow in February as March. I just don't think that we should be using our snow days in February just as kind of blanket days to burn them when we've got another month and a half of expected snow. So I was thinking that maybe we should be pushing this back to the calendar committee to kind of review what we're doing with those snow days and not using them when we might actually need them.
This is Trustee Grigsby. I know that usually they do, for example, a midwinter break. Do we honestly have to count those as snow makeup days, or can we just flat out do something where it is just that week off, midwinter break? Does it have to be the title of the snow days so that we can put it farther later in the year?
I agree.
I mean, I would defer to the calendar committee because I know they had a lot of lengthy discussions about this. I think that might result in the school year being extended. I'm not sure. And I know that there was another, I understand that there was another calendar that was considered that that might address your concern, which I think is a valid concern. I mean, it's not often that we would get into trouble with snow days, but it did happen last year. And I don't know, I can't remember the final outcome of that particular situation.
So if the board would like, I could take this back to the calendar committee and have them take a look at the dates.
And briefly, could you explain what was the penalty for missing school?
So we lost our ADA for that particular day. I don't know what the cost.
I don't have an exact cost, but I can get that for the board if you'd like, of what our ADA loss on that day would be for the closure of that site.
Ballpark. I mean, is that like a $10,000?
We can get that to you. I would hate to ballpark and be wrong.
Okay.
So we'll get that to you.
Well, on that note, I move that we do not approve the 24-25 school calendar at this time and push it back to the calendar committee for consideration of those school days or the snow days.
Quick question. I'm
Oh.
sorry. Just a clarifying question. It's only due to these dates. You still want to make sure that all the other dates are relevant as far as like December break and stuff. You're not wanting to move anything else other than that February dates, correct?
Correct. That was my only concern with it, because those aren't holiday days. Those are snow days that, as I understood historically, it's just been that's a convenient place to put it with the holidays to take a whole week off. But we don't want to lose out on ADA. This year hasn't been snowy, right? But we could find ourselves in a pickle again.
Perfect. I just want to make sure because this is aligned now with Placer High School.
Actually,
Or did they switch?
as a
up again?
correction, I reviewed the high school calendar, and what the high school does is they take just the 10th and 17th of February off. They don't take a whole week.
I'm
They just
sorry,
take a few days and
clarifying for December and November for the major holiday breaks, we're now
Yeah.
in cohesive.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're not.
Next two dates.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought,
okay. Hold on, we
comment.
can't go back and forth here, but with that, Trustee Ross, is
Okay.
that something you want to ask the calendar committee to look at as well? Is
Yes,
aligning with
please.
Placer High?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that would
So,
help. I think a lot of.
Friendly amendment to my motion then to also consider aligning the holiday dates.
Yes, thank you.
Are you able to support that request? Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, and then item K.
Thank you so much. So we were notified that there was a possibility for wildlife prevention grant that we might be able to utilize for some additional cleanup of area. By the time we received full access to it and were able to determine that it is something that we could possibly qualify for, and we're able to add it to the board agenda to get the appropriate approvals. It turns out today is the expiration date. So we would not have time to formulate the grant and submit it by, well, the end of the day today, which already passed. So I think at this point, we're just going to have to keep an eye on, and hopefully we'll get wind of any additional grants. And we just went ahead and pulled it due to the time frame factor.
Okay. So I don't believe that we need to take any action on that then. We pulled it. So it is now 8:25. It's a little early. I like to do recesses every 2 hours. But before we get into item 11, I imagine there's going to be some public comment there. So let's take a 10-minute recess. I'll round up to 8:26. Let's resume session at 8:36, and we'll be getting into that action item. Thank you. All right, folks, it is 8:36 and we are returning to session. All right, and do we have public comment on item 11A?
We do. We have one comment on 11A. Alicia Watkins. Oh, there she is. Okay, Alicia, you're up for 11A.
1 second. Okay, hi again. So, when my son was in preschool, he went to Bell's Preschool. And we were very, very lucky that we got to do an inter-district transfer into Auburn L so that he could start going to school with all the friends he had made at Bell's. We were very, very fortunate. And it kind of breaks my heart that that might not be an option now for kids to be able to do an inter-district transfer, if they have to fight against a lottery system. You know, Auburn's been very fair to kids to be able to transfer into the school that is going to suit your needs the best. Also, my son is in 8th grade this year and going to Placer next year, super excited. So technically, and he's my only kid. So technically next year, I don't have to care about this district. And I know that sounds cold. I don't have to stress about it, but it breaks my heart thinking about what's happening at this district. This district is my home. My first year at Auburn L, I of course joined the PTC. There were 10 of us, I think, which is really weird because when my mom was in the PTC, when I was a kid, it was like 150 people filling a gymnasium. And let me tell you, I have never seen a harder working group of parents in my life. Any of you ever set up a fall festival in a week? And then collapse the next day? Because this community cares and it works so hard. I'm supposed to be speaking on 11A and I'm sorry. The reason I'm saying this is because this plan isn't a plan. There is no plan. The districting map makes no sense. It's nonsensical. There is no budget. And even when a budget comes out, never in the history of ever, especially in the state of California, has a construction job ever happened on budget. It's going to be a nightmare and it's going to go over budget and it's going to create havoc and stress. And I just don't think any of us are taking the right approach. And I think all of you on the board are intelligent and that you care about children. And I think no matter what our political differences are and our religious differences are and whatever, it doesn't matter because we put the kids first. They're the most important thing. And so I will once again ask from the bottom of my heart, let's think about a different redistricting. Let's think about a different plan. Let's come together as the community that we are and really try because I know we can. So thank you for your time.
There is no more public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. We could see that presentation, please.
Thank you so much. CBO Leslie speaking again. So we have with us this evening our demographer, Schoolworks. We have Ken Reynolds, who his firm not only has worked on previously just kind of mapping the demographics of our district, but also we've enlisted them and it's one of their specialties to work on possibility of boundary reconfigurations when other districts go through such things as attendance boundaries revisions or look at school closures and things of that nature. So I'd like to introduce Ken Reynolds, and I don't know if you have the clicker for the slides up there or. Okay.
Thanks. Well, good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about the boundary analysis we've done. And so we're going to be talking about some numbers. I did want to share one or two highlights because again, you have an information item coming to you later that talks about the enrollment projections and demographic study we did. And again, although the items are uniquely individual, right, in the work we do, everything does sort of intertwine. And so when you do look at if you take time to read through the demographic study, right, it shows that, we've lost some enrollment over the last 10 years. And when we look into the next 6 years, looking at any development happening, looking at the number of births occurring, looking at mobility rates, right, we see a slight drop overall the next 6 years. No steep decline. Obviously, things can change. The success of your schools and your community has an impact. Parents do have choices where they enroll. So the things that are leading towards some positive numbers, right, is that over the next 2 years, the TK, the 4-year-old program, is expanding to all 4-year-olds. So that creates a little bit of a positive trend. When we looked at the birth data for Auburn, if we go back 10 or more years, right, the numbers used to be higher. But over the last 10 years or so, then there's ups and downs, years where there's some more births or some fewer births. But in general, this community is relatively stable overall, if you take a look at it from a bigger view. Whereas statewide, right, we've been seeing declining numbers in the number of children being born. So community is a lot more stable than other districts you may see that are declining because of dropping birth data. So again, we're just seeing just a little bit of a decline because of some larger classes we're graduating compared to those that are incoming, or again, some small classes some years and larger classes the next year. So again, that general trend is what we're going to see. Obviously, when we're showing the numbers tonight, the numbers do drop off a little bit over the 6-year window. Again, nothing major, but we're taking that same trend from the full study we did and use that in the numbers you're seeing tonight. So I will try to give a more detail. Obviously, the presentation is very simple. We like to keep it simple, but I'll talk a little bit more about how it was developed and what you're seeing. Again, we've done a lot of work with the district probably over the last 20 years, off and on. And so we have a lot of history in the community. We live nearby. I almost ended up living in the community back when we decided to move about 10 years ago. But so again, a lot of familiarity, and we did our best, and we worked with your leadership team to come up with some ideas that could be feasible for the scenarios that we're studying. So let's go to the next slide. So we started by, we also looked at historic boundaries, right, for schools that you've had in the past. So all those items came into play trying to say, okay, if we wanted to have 3 TK8 schools, which was the premise of the study, right, how could we create the boundaries, assuming that those programs are housed at Sky Ridge, E.V. Kane, and Auburn Elementary? And so in this first scenario, I'm like, right, we're basically trying to create the equivalent of neighborhood schools. And so one of the rules in neighborhood schools, right, is we try to use major divider lines. And so that obviously using I-80 was my first, like, well, right, we got a computerized modeling system. Let's just take a look and what would the numbers look like if we used 80? And so that was the real key point here in saying, well, how would Sky Ridge look? And so if we go to the next slide and we look at the numbers, we ended up with too many students at Sky Ridge if we tried to use, if you look at the numbers in general, they're not too out of balance. They seem pretty well balanced. But when we get out in the 6-year projection, E.V. Kane ends up with the fewest number of students, and it's our larger campus. And so again, this scenario, and again, there's a lot of students, even though I-80 is a major divider, natural divider for a boundary. When you looked at the map, right, there's students that are quite a distance away from Sky Ridge and are closer to E.V. Kane. So again, it was just a first scenario just to illustrate how boundaries could look and what the numbers would look like. So then
May I ask a quick question of that slide? If you could go back to, this is Trustee Brickler. So I heard you say that in this scenario, Sky Ridge would be too large. And I guess I was really kind of fixated on the numbers for 24, 25. You're in the demographic study, the school facility utilization says that Skyridge's capacity is 476. And I think I was looking back at a prior demographic study. I believe that's more like the flowery capacity that's the term that we had used was flowery, which means that still accommodates for wellness centers and libraries and other, rooms being utilized for other purposes. So when I was viewing it, it seems like there is capacity at Skyridge to accommodate this change. The only thing I wasn't sure about is that as you're projecting out, you're projecting a slight increase that would then perhaps make it almost too full. So I guess I just wanted to, I know that those projections are probably all of the factors that are in the demographic study, like projected future birth rates and things, but how reliable do you think those numbers are moving forward?
Great question. So yeah, let me talk about some more assumptions I built into our numbers here. First of all, inter-district students. There's about just over 100 students that attend your schools that don't live in the Auburn's boundary. And so currently, they're really quite evenly split between your three campuses, though there's different grade levels involved. And so in these numbers, I did assume that those 100 students, again, remain stable and we maintain that volume, and that they would remain evenly split between the three campuses. So if that changes, obviously it would change the numbers a bit. And then the other large assumption I made, so that again, this is the raw data, and you can deal with it and understand the implications of intra-district transfers, choices, right? The parents make, and even though would have three different neighborhood community schools, we still, and you have that right now, obviously, with Auburn and Skyridge, right? There are net transfer rates. So these numbers assume a net zero transfer rate. So we might have 10 students that come from Auburn to E.V. Kane, but then we're also assuming that 10 would go from E.V. Kane to Auburn. So it would balance. Now, the likelihood of it balancing perfectly is not likely. However, if we think there's going to be a net migration of 50 more into Skyridge, which I don't know that it'll be that large, but historically Skyridge has had a net positive inflow. So again, these are based on a net zero. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I felt it would probably be too large, is because Skyridge seems to get a net inflow of students from within the district.
Okay, thank you.
So the second plan B that we created, said, let's take those students that are furthest away from Skyridge, and so that's the northern part of the boundary to the east of 80, and add those to E.V. Kane. And again, we kept the same boundary line. Creating a boundary line between E.V. Kane and Auburn Elementary is a real challenge. To keep the numbers balanced between those campuses, right? We're almost having to draw the line nearby the campus. So that northern area is a significant challenge, just due to the red dots represent where families live on the map. And so you can see the more rural areas where there's very few students, and the more densely populated areas. And there's that one very dense population just north of the Auburn Elementary site that is nearly enough to fill up the school. So creating the boundary for Auburn is a challenge. So again, in this scenario, we ran the new numbers. And so the next slide shows the results here. And now, again, it assumes a net zero intra-district transfer, but the Skyridge numbers dropped on the low side here. And of course, E.V. Kane is much better utilized and becomes the largest of the three schools. So the real downside, obviously, if we end up with an extra 20 or 30 students coming into Skyridge, that helps bolster their numbers. But if any of the schools gets too small, they're going to start having program issues. And so the real goal was to try and say, how can we create these neighborhood communities, but at the same time create equity and balance in the enrollments? And so that's why we ran all these different scenarios, so you could understand the different implications of different types of boundary lines. So then the next scenario said, well, let's, and for Plan C here, again, it looks from a bird's eye view here. We did provide some more detailed maps for the district, so hopefully they've shared those with you. So looks like we're using about the same as Plan A, but we're actually running the boundary line along Lincoln. And so that there's enough students to the west of Lincoln, but east of 80, that this helps create a pretty good balance. And again, those students to the west of Lincoln, again, have pretty easy access over to E.V. Kane. So this was a third scenario we created. And so when we look at the numbers for this plan, we had, I thought, a pretty good balance. Again, Sky Ridge becomes the smallest, but again, I think they'll end up with some net positive transfers. And E.V. Kane at this point, again, before transfer adjustments, is the largest and it's the most capacity at that campus.
Trustee Ross, there's just such a big difference in 23, 24, and 24, 25. Can you just explain why that movement in all those
Yes.
numbers?
So the 23-24 is our current enrollment this school year. All these numbers represent an October timeframe.
Okay.
So, right near the beginning of the school year. So the current enrollment is based on your current configuration. So I put that, so that's not impacted by a potential boundary scenario. All the numbers to the right assume that a full implementation of those new boundaries goes into effect next year. Now, obviously, that's just the way the computer model works. If you decided, well, we don't want to do this until 2025, then you have the numbers here, what it would look like that year. But the main reason I show the current enrollment in comparison to what the scenario enrollments look like is so that you can understand what the net shift of population on campus looks like. So, for example, when we say we're going to have, just over 500 students at Auburn Elementary, well, that's about 30 less than they have there today. So that would provide some relief. Whereas when we looked at E.V. Kane, right, they're about 471 again, as of this past October. So if they went up to 512, right, they'd have about 30 more students on campus or 40 more students on campus. So it just gives you how much change there would be compared to their current configuration and their current enrollments.
And Trustee Ross again, just in clarification, it's not like we know which grade levels those students that are moving are, will we? Because this will help predict then how many teachers will be needed, et cetera.
Yeah, we can provide details by grade level for these scenarios. Should there be one that you like to study deeper? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so then the next feedback that we got was, can we take a look at a slight adjustment in the Auburn elementary boundary that we created? So on this scenario, right near Auburn to the west of Auburn Elementary is a small little neighborhood with put a list of the streets here. Let me grab that real quick. So basically the homes right off of Bell Road and Tahoe Street, Linda, and Sunset Terrace, that little neighborhood included in the Auburn boundary in this one instead of, and in the previous three scenarios, we had it at E.V. Kane. So there's about 13 students currently living in that neighborhood. So that was added to Auburn Elementary here. That's because they're so close to the campus. But to help balance that, we moved the southern boundary line up to Kemper, which is basically right where the school is. So anything south now would be part of E.V. Kane. And so that shifted, about 8 students or so net addition to Auburn if we looked at the current enrollment. The projections change a little bit more than that. And because there is some potential development south of Kemper there. And so now that development would then get assigned to Evie Kane. And so the next slide again just shows how the overall numbers look. And again, by adding a few more to Auburn and reducing the EVK numbers just slightly. In this scenario, the numbers are pretty well balanced between those two campuses. And so we have, again, when looking out 6 years, it's about 480 each. The immediate numbers were about 520 at Auburn. So still a little bit of relief from where they are today. And EV Kane would be just over 500. So there's still an increase compared to today. So again, we can make some minor adjustments in the numbers to better accommodate the local neighborhoods. And so it's just an example of what we're able to do with our system and what the numbers would look like. And so that's really the focus. We were just illustrating, it's a challenge and a lot of differing feedback that we can get from the community as we illustrate these concepts. And again, we were just focusing on how can we balance enrollment between the three schools? What would that total enrollment look like at the campuses? And how would those boundaries look, especially in terms of, parents and transportation? And obviously by doing the three schools, right, we probably would have less congestion, I would think, because, right, we're not having students come from the entire district, all the EV Kane from middle school. Now everyone just gets to go to their local school. So it could help reduce some congestion. But again, we still have about the same number of students on each campus. It's just a different concept. So again, we didn't look at any of the educational issues and things like that. I know several districts have been very successful with this type of program. And again, you look across our state and you see every type of different program out there. So again, lots of options for you to explore. And this was just the boundary component of it. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions.
This is Trustee Brickler. Thank you for your work on these boundary lines and the demographic study. I think, and it's not even necessarily a question for you, but more a question for our group is, I was trying, I don't know that we ever really kind of identified what our goal for this process was. What I mean by that is it our goal to create three similarly sized schools, just under 500 each? Or would we take into consideration that the capacity at EV Kane is so much larger than the other sites, and to try to engage more families in enrolling at EV Kane? I was reviewing from the demographic study. The classroom capacity for the sites was, can we go back to the presentation by any chance so we can look at the numbers together? Apologize. For Auburn Elementary, it was identified as 419 students. For Skyridge, 476, and EV Kane Middle at 782. And I know that these, as we've considered school consolidations and closures and grade reconfiguration, we've seen varying numbers for the sites. This isn't the outward boundary of what is legal on these sites. This is kind of more what we're generally comfortable with. But given that we're listing Auburn Elementary as capacity is 419, I was really hoping that this would alleviate more pressure on that site. It seems like the most we're able to alleviate that site with these boundary changes is down to 510 students. So that was one of my hopes, but I don't know that as a board we ever really identified what are our goals for what do we want these numbers to look like at the three sites. We want an equal distribution, or are we, I think capacity needs to be taken into consideration as well, because it still seems that no matter what we do with these four scenarios, Auburn Elementary is still over capacity. And Skyridge still has capacity to spare. And EV Kane obviously has the most capacity, but you know, it's going to take a shift for our families to have more students on that site. So board, what were you hoping to see in terms of an approach?
No, this is President Holt. Some of those are some good points. That's what I was hoping to see really is for us to be able to provide guidance for the district sooner rather than later. You know, we've heard several times tonight, people want to see a plan. That means we have to make a decision sooner at our level so we can afford them more time. And that works its way down to allowing teachers and family the most time possible. But that is a consideration. But with that, what would it cost us to ask for another study? If we were to try to see, could we give guidance that we want to see EV Kane closer to capacity? You know, what would that look like on the books?
CBO Leslie here. I think if we actually go back to one of the map slides, and I don't know that it really matters which one, to be honest, just any of them. Any map. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we run into, and of course we would love to see, you know, our sites, you know, going at full capacity. And I think we're all very aware that in prior discussions that EV Kane is just going to be one of those sites that's going to have a lot of available capacity potentially, unless we were to have extreme growth or extreme changes in the way that we serve students here in Auburn. But I mean, when you start looking at a lot of the areas, I mean, right now we are encompassing, as Mr. Reynolds had mentioned, a lot of the rural or more rural areas than just Auburn, which is rural in itself, that, you know, is more sparsely populated. As we start moving those boundary lines, I mean, I think the only way that we would really be able to capture that, and I think in one of the first scenarios, so this is map A, you know, we had that I-80 split, and you could see that we were still running very low in that. So basically what we start doing is we start hitting that strange balance that Mr. Reynolds had mentioned, is if we start carving away more at like the Sky Ridge boundary, we're going to start making a very undersized Sky Ridge, which is concerning, of course, for program for students and things like that. You know, it's and then on the flip side, as we look at Auburn Elementary, the location of the school, which was intended with the community facility district to be located within that particular subdivision. You know, that's when we started looking at scenario C, is like, you know, even though those students are like, you could throw a rock and hit it, you know, really trying to adjust those more to kind of take a little bit more of that pressure off of Auburn Elementary and put more students into EV Kane, still ended up with an approximate situation. Otherwise, we'd basically be going up and around and kind of making an Auburn L Island. And that's concerning as well. So I think that's one of the things that we're just going to kind of come up against. Now, again, as he stated, you know, will we have people that want to transfer into certain areas? Possibly. As we talk about the capacity, like you had said, you know, and we had given him that information of what you call the flowery capacity, you know, what's, you know, the most spread out that we would like it to be. And we've proved, I mean, you know, even this year running at 547 students over there, we still have rooms that were designated for classrooms that have been taken up with other programs because they were not utilized. So we actually have capacity at the site for where it sits now. So if we were to take it down to, I think it was 510 in one of those scenarios, I mean, we're taking about 50 students off campus, and then just depending on where possibly transfers may or may not go. So it does give us a little bit of that breathing room. And as you start even just looking out, as our enrollment projections, again, are not anticipating to greatly increase, that we're aware of, even taking into consideration the currently proposed and approved developments, both within county and city borders, we're just not going to see those numbers. So we still even hit a high at like 510 and then start to trickle off as you go through. And by year 6, now all of a sudden, if we don't have an increase in population, we're going to start seeing those really small numbers again. And then with, just to really also kind of gather onto that side, with map C2, as Mr. Reynolds had mentioned, bumping that bottom Auburn Elementary line. Oh, we're going to move to it. Bumping that bottom elementary line for Auburn Elementary and taking it basically along that fire access road, it kind of puts everybody on the other side into E.V. Kane, which again seems counterintuitive. However, that is, as he mentioned, one of the locations that is a still approved and valid development possibility in the city of Auburn. What could happen is, should, you know, and that zoning can change and density can change as they approve or don't approve zoning requirements or changes. But if that were to go forward and that also be in the Auburn Elementary line, that could potentially then, you know, bump up our student population getting closer to that overcapacity line. But however, should it go forward, you know, and increased density in the E.V. Kane line, that essentially puts that development directly into the site where we have the most capacity. So that was kind of the reasoning between those.
I did have one other small observation from, you're looking at the demographic study for the capacities, which is right what our capacities are today, based on the current usage. In a scenario that we study like this, right, there's going to be some changes that would need to take place in order to have TK8 on every campus. And one of the general observations is that our middle school grades typically have a larger class size than our TK and our kindergartens and our first graders and so forth. So if you start loading some classrooms with those younger students, your capacity drops a little bit at the middle school, nothing significant, but it does drop slightly. And technically our capacity could increase at the elementaries because we're loading some classes with larger numbers of students. So again, it's just minor adjustments, but just so you understand that there are some adjustments when we go from the current configuration to this scenario.
Trustee Ross, and before I ask my question, I just want to make sure and see if anybody else has questions for Mr. Reynolds so he can sit down before we start asking each other questions. Okay.
Yes, actually, this is Clerk Grigsby. I noticed how basically all of them for the Auburnell and E.V. Kane split goes up to Bell Road and doesn't include the new airport area from Bell Road with Auburn Elementary. Is that an option? I mean, it seems like it would almost kind of like the circle around Auburn Elementary and go up towards Loxley a little bit, one side of New Airport that way. I mean, is that something that we can kind of look at?
Definitely. And we can look at any other adjustments. And as you also had asked a little earlier, you know, if we want to look at some more scenarios, right, this is all computerized. I could easily run it. We're not going to charge any extra for some additional adjustments you may want to look at.
That's great.
May I ask Trustee Grigsby, I think, or Clerk Grigsby, I think that what you're getting at is something that I've heard from the community, which is the challenge of like people who are living in the green areas just outside of Auburnell. There are people who are much closer to Auburn Elementary, for example, but would be asked to drive past it to get to E.V. Kane. So kind of as much as possible, trying to keep almost like a concentric circle that's around the school. And I know the way that we are trying to reconfigure this and the location of our schools is making that challenging. I think, is that part of what you're getting at, is if you live close to a school, perhaps you should be able to attend that school?
Clerk Grigsby, yeah, basically, I know that especially that area from Bell Road, New Airport to 49, I know that triangle pizza slice or whatnot is a little bit more populated, and it would almost nearly work for them to walk across 49 and to get to Auburn Elementary. I mean, it seems like it would kind of split it up a little bit. I mean, alter, like I said, Auburn Elementary a little bit. I don't know. It'd be a good option.
So I think if we could put a pin in that, and then I think Trustee Ross, you had another question.
Not for Mr.
Sorry.
Reynolds. That's why I just
Oh,
wanted to make sure we got all his
copy.
questions out.
All right. So are there any other questions for Mr. Reynolds?
And perhaps, but we can.
Okay.
at
For right
that
now,
point,
you're
yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Don't go
Thank you. I
far.
appreciate it.
So Trustee Ross, my first question is because we keep mentioning the word capacity, where and what makes up the capacity of each school? Where do we get that information?
I guess that could have been a you too question. Again, so the capacity of the school is the teaching stations typically. So the classrooms that are available per what the loading standards would be. And a lot of times that is as an average, but as you can see in our demographic study and also all of the capacity studies that took place during the discussions for consolidations of schools and things of that we try to take in consideration. We have X amount of students that be located, things like that. In addition, I think the only other thing that would be limiting is if you had an immense amount of classrooms, but only a certain amount of restroom fixtures, because there is a plumbing code through California Department of Education for complete schools that calls that out. And we're in excess of that in all of our school sites, which is great, especially for any of the maximum capacities. So as we've talked about previously in a lot of those exercises, there's really three in a lot of ways, which makes it confusing. So there's what the state considers to be a capacity, which is if it's 960 square foot, I don't care if it's a custodial closet, it could be a classroom. They consider the stage to be a classroom. So if the state of California is looking at how they want to fund us, they're going to fund us based on what they consider to be teaching stations or classrooms or available classroom space. If we're looking at what we want to do as a district or when we're designing a site, then that really becomes like how many classrooms or how many students do we think we want to hold on the site? And then we have what Trustee Brickler has lovingly referred to, and I do too, as the flowery capacities, meaning we have this site we'd like to reserve as like wellness centers or maybe, you know, a PTC room or anything else that is the typical, you know, what we'd prefer to see on a site. And then that drives another capacity number, which we try to work within, if that's something that's generally accepted by the district.
Trustee Ross again. And so is the facility maintenance plan, or excuse me, the facility master plan, is that utilized at all during this configuration or figuring out, or how valuable is the facility master plan? How valuable is that or important to this decision?
Not important at all. That master plan that the district had done previously was never actually board adopted. It was done by an architectural firm and contained a lot of drawings and estimations based on vast improvements of sites that we couldn't hope to afford unless we were to have the benefit of a general obligation bond. So the only things that really I think are good to glean from them would be if there were any ideas of capacity or if there was a site plan. Those are usually the best things to pull from that. One of the charges from our FCMAT study previously was to engage in an updated facilities master plan. And it would be the goal of the district to have a more holistic one, to look not so much as what we could design or what we could build if we had money, but what we'd like to see. And then if there's even any way to pay for it. And that's something that we're looking and engaging into hopefully this year.
Is that something that would benefit having a plan or purpose?
Honestly, no, because the demographics of the schools are still going to be there. Where our students live are still going to be there, no matter what's contained. A facilities master plan generally speaks to new construction, modernization, safety needs, deferred maintenance, things of that nature.
So that's not relevant for EV Kane if we're adding playground structures and maybe fencing?
No, not generally, because we have an architect that's working on that already.
Okay. Architect that's working on blueprints, so we could see
Yes.
a site plan.
Well, not site plans, I mean, but as we look at placements of playgrounds, like we've discussed in the last two meetings, that we would need to engage an architect engineer to draw those plans so that we can have appropriate siting of it and pass division of state architect.
And I'm sorry, my question was, it's that right now an architect is drawing out those plans.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Trustee Brickler. I was hoping we could have a discussion about some of our goals for this process. One that came to mind is that this whole plan is kind of based on the idea that we could more efficiently operate, that we would have reduced staff costs. And in order for that to occur, we would have to have kind of efficiency in the classrooms, right? So classes that are, close to what's the term I want to use? Classes that are full but not over full. In order, we're trying to maximize the reach of our staff in order to educate our students. Well, right, this whole plan is about, the whole transition to TK8 is about reducing staff. The cost savings is coming from reducing staffing. So I would assume that there would need to be, in this configuration, that we would need to have like a full kindergarten class, and that each of the classes would be kind of balanced in a way that we didn't have, classes that were underutilized. So I think that's something that would need to be.
So this President, if I could, I think that's generally understood with the direction we've given the district so far.
Right.
Is to do that, right?
Right,
So-
but then you see the plan, if you look at the detail of the numbers, the boundary lines result in some uneven class sizes. So that was a concern, is that the reason we're doing this is for cost efficiency. And I don't know that the way the configurations, I can give you an example,
Well,
but
even before the examples, I think 2 quick notes on that. One, no matter how this map is configured, we could make it look exactly the way we want to see it. And that's not how it's going to come to fruition unless we force people to go to that school, which I don't think is the intent of anyone on this board, to completely get rid of intra-district transfers. I think we've made clear, each one of us, that we want to honor intra-district transfers to the greatest extent possible. I think the discussion we've had from the interim superintendent over the last couple of months as well has been that we want to honor those intra-district transfers until we get to where a site is impacted. So if everybody coming into TK wanted to just go to Auburn for TK, we couldn't accommodate at that site, and then we would have to have people go back to the district that they would be drawn into. So,
I just think it's something to keep in mind, is that that's our goal here, is to be efficient in the way that our classes are offered.
Right, and I hear you, and I think that's been what the district has been operating under.
Sure, when you look at the detail, yeah, it doesn't play out that way. Was the reason I brought it up.
Right, I hear you, but
Yeah.
like I just said too, anyway.
Then it would have to be adjusted by inter-district transfers.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
you would have to draw hard lines and say, no, you can't cross this. Because when I look at things like up in Tahoe Street, looking at the different versions of C and C2, and these lines real close to Auburn Elementary, that's where I look at, and I can see families that I expect to be submitting an intra-district transfer, and I hope that we can accommodate that. But to Clerk Grigsby, to your question about the New Airport Road area, if we look at that, then we're going to have to carve that off somewhere else. And do we go further north, and we have another pocket further up 49 that has to go past Auburn Elementary? It's weighted pretty heavily in that area, so it's not going to look pretty. Especially if we're going to make them, and ban intra-district transfers. But again, it's certainly not my position to do that. It's going to be mine to honor them as much as we can until a site is impacted, and that would be up to the school site administrators and the district staff to determine. That's my take on that.
Another goal I would offer, or that I value, is to minimize disruption. Like, for example, if you've already been impacted once by a school closure, that you shouldn't have to move a second time if you don't want to. There are many families that could potentially be impacted 3 years in a row, and attending 3 schools in 3 years. I think minimizing commutes is important, so that if you live near a school, you should be able to attend that school. And then I also think that typically when this sort of process is undertaken, there is a longer planning process that involves more community input. This is a really big deal. I mean, this is a really significant change that school districts sometimes undertake.
So my question then, interim superintendent, how often do schools redraw these lines? Is it every 10 years with the census, or as needed? How does that work?
I'm not sure.
I may actually,
Yeah,
or I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I'm gonna punt for her here. Just being the one with experience on that. So I mean, it honestly varies. It depends on, like you said, if you have not necessarily changes with the census, not necessarily over 10 years, but when you have massive changes in enrollment, when you're looking at massive declines, if you have new schools opening, if you have schools closing, but it can be pretty frequent. And I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Reynolds as well, because he does this for a living. So he sees all of California. Ken, would you mind picking up on that one? It's like how often you see districts changing boundaries?
Yeah, there's no true average, right? Some communities, they've had their boundaries for 20 years. Others, you know, take like an Elk Grove, right? They're having to change boundaries constantly. So yeah, it really just depends on what's happening in the local community. Now, you know, the configuration change, right? That's something that's, you know, our state through a general configuration change, expanding junior highs to middle schools, you know, moving 6th grades from elementary to middle school. And so that was sort of a state guideline, not a commandment, but and then the K-8 model, very common, very small schools. And so I know several large districts that have gone to that route. Some of the clients I'm currently working with, like Stockton, they have a K-8 model. You know, probably like Washington, even over in middle. And another very successful one, more rural, it's Lindsay down in Tulare County. They do a K-8 model and have a lot of very specialized programs. So they, yeah, some districts have been very successful with it. In my personal experience, the districts that have chosen a K-8 model has mostly been, probably not 100% of the time, but just been the fact that their middle schools were unsuccessful. And so they needed something different. All of my personal experience on how and why things have changed in the past.
Thank you.
Trustee Ross, when was the last time we did change our boundary lines? Do we know that?
I don't believe we've changed attendance boundaries. I know for a fact in the last probably 15 years that I can speak of solidly.
Right. Just a little history background. Rock Creek was its own district. Skyridge was its own district. And in 1952, when Kane came, he actually united our whole district. I found this in archival over in DeWitt in case you need to go to a cool museum. So we were originally 3 different districts and unified. So the last time I heard that we ever redid our district lines was about 1950. I couldn't find anything else in our archival process on that.
You're talking about the district boundaries itself, which is a county committee type thing.
Well,
So
even within that, they made our boundaries for each school. I couldn't find anything past 1950.
right, but when we opened all the new schools, so
Okay, in
new, I'm
Auburn
using new
Elementary,
in air quotes because they're like 30 years old now. But every time that we would open a new school, we would have to redraw an attendance boundary. That's what I was saying when you open a school.
So
So
Auburn
it would carve off
Elementary.
of whatever and you would create it. Yeah.
95,
95. Okay, thank you.
96 Skyridge, I think. They're
Thank
right around the
you.
same.
I just find it really ironic, Trustee Ross. I find it really ironic that all of Rock Creek School is now being moved to Auburn Elementary and all of Auburn Elementary School is being moved to E.V. Kane. I find that rather ironic. Just worth pointing out because there still is possibly time to just utilize Rock Creek, Auburn Elementary, and Skyridge as boundary lines and schools. I just want to throw that out. But other than that, I feel like no matter what, you're going to have parents that want to go to the school that they want to go to. And so two questions. Let me start with this one first. How many inter-district transfers do we have currently at E.V. Kane because it's a middle school? And will we lose those students? And are we putting them into this map?
into these into these different lines?
I think they're part of that 100 students that Mr. Reynolds had
Okay.
mentioned.
Okay. Okay. And so technically, if we lose those, you've evaluated that and put that into the,
I did not assume we would lose those. So if you did, right, we're gonna lose another 30 students.
and if we lose 30 students, is that pretty much the $400,000 we're going to be saving by going TK through 8?
Not necessarily when they graduate. Just because you have 34 interdistrict doesn't mean that you'll have 34 interdistrict and continuum.
Do we know that? Do we know that answer? How many are in 6th and 7th right now that are interdistrict?
I don't know if we have a breakout in the demographic study itself as to how many in 6th, 7th, and 8th. But unless you like had a guarantee that you would have that many coming back in, it would be impossible to determine what families are out there in other districts that would, want to continue or want to take the place of.
I mean, whether or not, I think a lot of people come from interdistrict because of it is a middle school, and I'm nervous that we're going to lose those students no matter what. And thus, we're not really saving. So it really, again, I'm going to go back to, it really doesn't matter what our boundary map is because people are going to want to go where they want to go. What is the formula for allowing those intra-district transfers? What's the formula for that? Or when will we do the shut off? Like when do we stop accepting students?
So currently, right now, we take all intra-district transfers as they come our way until we have hit capacity, which means that we do not have enough staff to teach the students, or we are way over the classroom ratio. As you know, we try to adhere to the classroom ratio, and even just recently this year, we have given prep time to teachers who have over the particular class size average that we've discussed in the past. In our past board meetings, when the board approved that agreement between AUSD and AUTA, as President Holt stated, our goal is to honor school of choice, right? If parents want to go to a particular school, we want to honor that. The time that we would have to stop is when we are impacting the school. So impacting the classroom. If we have 60 students that want to be, in second grade, and our second grade is to capacity, then we would have to send those students somewhere else. And I also just want to say that, we do have students on inter and intra district transfers, but we have lost at least 140 families to Loomis who are seeking the K-8 model as well. I just want to put that on this table as well, so we don't forget that information.
Trustee Brickler, one of the things that's really striking when you start to look at the proposed boundaries is how much of our population resides in North Auburn. I think we had a lot of discussions in talking about which sites should remain open and how to, thoughtfully configure our district. And there was so much discussion about wanting to have something north, central, and south, which is very logical. But when you look at the maps, it seems like we are kind of just really struggling to keep Auburnell in that north. There's so much population on the north side that it feels really awkward to me, the map configurations that we're having to kind of dip down in order to include Auburnell in its own catchment area. Yeah, so I guess I was hoping that these maps would look different, but it's driven by the population in that area, and I don't know what other options there are to kind of accommodate where people live. I think we talked a lot about, it seemed kind of ridiculous that we had Auburnell and Rock Creek kind of within a mile of each other or so. But perhaps that reflects where the majority of the population in our district resides.
So this is President Holt. To that, Trustee Brickler, yeah, there's quite a bit there in North Auburn, but there is also quite a bit central. Look all down Luther Road. That's an even split if you're going to be going to Auburnell or to E.B. Kane. Looking at the map, everything that's just northwest of 80, kind of the other side of Lincoln Way, down along Auburn Ravine, there are still quite a bit of homes there. And as we discussed, yes, that by Auburn L, it looks like that could be an area where potential growth in the future, but having that EVK centrally located, that does still incorporate some. No matter what decisions made, not everybody's going to be happy. There's not a perfect answer. That's why I keep hammering the intent that we will still honor those intra-district transfers as best we can. And I think the hardest year is going to be the first year, right? Because eventually it will become the normal. City Hall used to be the Lincoln Way School. Things have changed and then they become the new normal. Now we have the current set at AUSD. And I want to reiterate interim superintendent's point that we've lost 140 families from our catchment area to Loomis, their K-8 programs. I wasn't even going to provide the numbers to say for inaction is also an action, right? And we don't know how many total families and students we're missing because of our current configuration. So, if we're going to say, well, we might be losing families, we may be losing some right now. So
we do know some of that actually too. I mean, if you look at like census data, you can, the last time that we had data available, we were serving about 50% of the students who attend public schools and live within our boundary lines. But then you see in the demographic study, it talks about our kindergarten capture rate, the percentage of kindergartners born in our district who attend our schools, and it's in the 35% range. So, I mean, these are really troubling numbers as is. I get that.
Yeah, I think it's actually now that we're capturing less than half. And I think that wasn't just public schools. Just to be clear, I think that included students who choose charters or those are public, but also private schools, if I remember the data.
There's a
correctly.
differentiation of private and public.
Okay, I thought it was total roughly 3,000 students, and we're capturing 1,468 or so, right?
Yeah.
So just barely under half.
Yeah.
So
I have one more point that I wanted to make is well, I have actually a couple. Like one is that we're trying to keep neighborhoods together with both option C and C2. I feel like my neighborhood is being split in two because Lincoln Way is not really the natural. I think 80 feels like a more natural dividing line if you live near like the Alta Vista campus. To differentiate between people on the other side of Lincoln seems like splitting hairs, but I'm sure if you live near Auburn Elementary, that you're feeling similarly that your neighborhoods are also being, cut, just divided in a way that doesn't make sense. So, and I know it's really difficult to draw these maps in a way that, because we can't help this is where people live, and we're trying to work around their locations. So I just wanted to make that point about C and C2, because that's a perspective I can speak to, but I'm sure other families have similar stories to tell about the other map scenarios. The other thing I think we should be taking into consideration is what is the least disruptive way of these different scenarios, which displaces the fewest students. I mean, like, for example, is there a model where we're asking 200 students to change schools next year versus one that is only asking 50? I'm trying to remember where in the data we could find that.
Ken, do you know if there's anything within the demographic study or the data that you guys looked at were these boundaries that might speak to how many students were in one attendance area and then asked to move? I mean,
I did not do that calculation, but do something we can. I'm taking notes about all the questions, so I don't send it forward.
And Trustee Brickler, just to your point there about Lincoln Way as well. I'm just one person, but I lived on Electric Street as a kid and then over on Del Monte. And as I look at it, I mean, I would walk home from Kane to Del Monte, and I don't know, I'd rather have walked from like just the corner of Electric Street there, but and it's a minor difference, but that hill, Forest Hill Avenue is a bigger hill than you think. I mean, I'm kind of being facetious, but I don't know. No matter how we cut it, somebody's going to be unhappy.
Wait,
right?
so are you explaining that you would have been on two different sides of the scenario, like
Yep.
going 2 blocks or so, or 3
Yeah,
blocks.
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
So-
that's the point that I was trying to make. Is
No,
that,
I hear you, but I was also saying, I don't know, I think the walk to just Electric Street or High might not have been quite as bad, but
yeah.
no, but I mean, some of that that isn't even residential. Really, what Electric Street, Diamond, Ruby, Sunset, all that is.
But Landis, I mean, I know people.
Oh yeah,
We both know people in Landis.
yep. So no matter how we cut it, someone won't be unhappy. But again, that's where we come back to our intent and what we've continually asked the district to do, which is to honor those intra-district transfers. Just like last year when it came up, I think we were all pretty firm in wanting to honor that as much as we could. And I don't think I've heard anybody suggest otherwise tonight.
Trustee Ross, just a question. It would be great to have that information Sarah Brickler's asking about which students are being asked to move, because then we can start looking at those students as the possible ones for intra-district transfers. Thus, we can start seeing how many students will be asking to intra-district, or maybe we can even just, you love our surveys, let's do another survey. Who would be planning on intra-district transfers with this given boundary? So we can start looking at what that looks like.
This President Holt, two things on that. One, I think some of that gets into the work of the district as far as identifying what students would be going and how they want to determine how that would happen. So I don't know that we should get into the weeds of how to execute that as a board, as far as saying, how we will have them determine whether it's people who are going to be displaced, people who live closest, or a lottery. I think we should leave that up to the siblings. Well, in that case, I mean, one would be, right? So, yeah, so I think we should probably leave that up to them.
I mean, I know that kind of influences my vote, knowing if parents are going to be trying for intra-district transfers, because, A, B, and C are very different. So if we know that a lot of people are going to ask for transfers in a certain area, we could utilize the map and the demographics that way.
I hear you. So the other question that you raised was, I didn't write it down. I think you're saying, how could we maybe do a survey and figure out who's wanting to make those transfers? I mean, we essentially do that as a district already coming up in the spring when we ask for people to commit what school they want to go to, right? So they send those letters home, at least for the intra districts, and we capture that. But it would also, I think, kind of work itself out in the wash then, right? If we have a lot of people that want an intra-district transfer or who don't need one, and ultimately, I don't know that it would make much of a difference, right? We could either have a hard line and say this is where the district boundary is going to be, and not let anybody leave it, or we have a line that's maybe not perfect, but we honor those intra-district transfers as best we can, and it'll work itself out.
We may have a bunch of 6th and 7th graders that don't want to leave E.V. Kane and thus want an intra-district transfer just for that reason alone, right? We don't know any of that. So it's hard to make these decisions based on not knowing who's going to want to stay in their community school and who's going to want to move somewhere else.
Right. So the Trustee Brickler, the lines feel like somewhat of a suggestion. Then, I mean, I think we're trying to send the message that we're creating these lines, but we're going to do our best to honor your requests, and don't be discouraged by where the boundaries have put you, because we're going to try to be open-minded and accommodate all of your requests. I mean, I just don't know. My first concern is just that this process needs more time. This is not how it's typically done. You don't just put the maps out on a Friday night and then inform people that they've been decided upon on a Wednesday. It's usually a longer process, and I know we're short on time, but it would be my desire to have more of a community input process before we make a decision. I just don't think this is not the pace at which this sort of thing usually happens. And I think it's leaving people out and making people fearful that they're stuck wherever the boundary draws them.
So, Trustee Brickler, we've heard a lot tonight that people want to see a plan. They want to see how this next year is going to look. And then I'm also hearing that you want more time before we make this decision, and it can't be both things.
You know, I think it could actually. I mean, I think that when people say they want a plan, they want to know that, okay, let's say you're a family who's zoned for EBK now. You want to know what is going to be offered in terms of, you know, educational offerings, extracurricular offerings. You want to know, you want to be sold on why you should remove your kid from Skyridge and take them to EB Kane to a program for younger students that's being designed. I mean, I think that's when people say they want a plan. They want to see something in writing that explains how younger students will have access to the cafeteria and how they'll what electives, or not, they don't really have electives, but you know, like what older students, what electives they'll have. I mean, I think they want a concrete plan of like what these school sites are going to offer, not necessarily where they'll go. I think that that's the more critical piece is what are we offering? And I know we've been saying we're offering the same thing that we're offering currently, but
yeah, that's certainly part of it. What will be offered, and that's some of this also plays into what the plans that our site administrators and the district are going to have to make.
Can I ask a question in regards to what you're talking about? Does deciding on our boundary map influence our plan? Do we have to have our boundary map decided in order to come up with a plan? Or can we come up with the plan while we're figuring out this boundary stuff? Like, does this hold us up from continuing our plan?
Wasn't it
So
the parents
And I
that
think
wanted the boundaries so that they could plan?
Well, and I think
So-
what you're saying is even with boundaries, there's going to be intra-district transfers. So I think it's more about the plan actually than the boundaries.
That they work hand in hand, right? So this is information that's a part of that, and it's for the families that are trying to determine where they're going to go. They want to see what is that hard line. We are going to do our best to honor those intra-district transfers, but folks still want to see generally where they're going to go. And I've talked to a number of families that are going to go whichever way, right? They just want to know. So when you've got some of these neighborhoods that are going to be significantly impacted if we go plan A or B or C or C2, they're just going to go where they are assigned, and they want to know sooner rather than later so they can start working out those plans. Same with some of our kids at Kane who are going to be going back to another school potentially.
But then we're going to be planning for our boundaries and not for our intra-district transfers. So now you're
So-
saying we're setting something up because of the boundaries, but we're not including these intra-district transfers.
Trustee Ross, that's not at all what I said. So these are the general district boundaries. Most of the students in our schools go to the school to which they are districted, right? We have intra-district transfers, but it's not the majority of the students. So there will be intra-district transfers. Most families that I've spoken with want to know what the lines are going to be when it comes to this question. They want to know, what are the boundaries going to be? Where is my student going to be going next year?
Okay, I'd rather know the plan on each school to know that if I want to bring my child to EB Kane, or if I want to ask for an intra-district transfer, or if I just want to leave the district, period. I would want to know the plan before I knew what school I wanted to be at. So I beg to differ. I respectfully have a difference in opinion and say that these boundary maps are less important than the plan itself. And once again, we're concentrating on boundaries where we're offering an intra-district transfer, and we're not talking about the plan, which is what's happening with our children, not where they're going, what's happening. Where are the teachers going? Because I'd rather follow my teacher than follow a district plan. I mean, a boundary map. So I'd prefer to know where the teachers are going, prefer to know what programs are going on before I even know what boundary I'm stuck in. That's just me personally.
This is Clerk Grigsby. So then don't the principals and the district staff need guidance by boundaries for those teachers to start coordinating the new year?
Why do they need
They need
boundaries?
for general guidance.
Is this telling you, because again, because we didn't get, we didn't get, and I'm hoping Mr. Reynolds can help us with this. We didn't get what grade these students are in. So we don't even know which grades we're looking at for these levels.
Actually, if I could interrupt, CBO Leslie, that was one of the attachments on the public agenda.
I did not see that. I apologize.
It would be so helpful if it were a PDF. I was having trouble. I just tried to open it again and
It's, yeah.
In general, they're pretty equally distributed. I mean, there's gonna be a few bubbles here and there, but it's just.
yeah. I agree that that families have been wanting to see the boundaries, but I think it's been to like kind of reflect on like, oh, is this like this is how the schools will be. This is how our geography corresponds to a school site, and it's something for them to consider about whether or not they want to go to that school site or whether they're going to look elsewhere. I think that that's been one of the big kind of driving reasons behind this desire to see the boundaries. I mean, I just think this, I mean, this process breeds a lot of kind of anxiety, right? Because we've all been wondering, like, are our kids going to be able to stay in the same schools with their friends, or are they going to be shuffled to a new site? And so I do agree that there is a desire to see the boundaries, but I think it's like this coordinated, you know, putting out the boundaries, hearing from families while simultaneously saying, this is what we're going to offer at these various sites. I think that they really go hand in hand.
So, Trustee Wedge, what are your thoughts?
From what I'm hearing tonight, this is something that has been talked about. It's been given. To be perfectly honest, I'm not too I'm not too thrilled with the timeline of seeing this and in 5 days having to make a decision. But coming into this, I'm a lot more comfortable of making a decision with honoring the interdistrict transfers. And so I guess it comes down to is I understand that we have to make a decision. Decisions are hard. And that's what we're here for. We're here tonight to make a decision. And we've seen too much in the past where we've had things just kept on, the can kicking down the road. And I think what we heard tonight and we hear from the district that interdistrict transfers will be honored. So I don't think that will be a big problem, because that's probably one of the biggest things that I'm hearing, and the parents that I've talked to, is that they still want to pick the school they want to go to regardless, and they're going to pick the school they're going to go to regardless, no matter what map is put out there. And so right now my focus is on just going through these maps and figuring out which one makes the most sense.
This is Trustee Brickler. If we're planning on, allowing inter-district transfers to the degree possible, I mean, wouldn't it be so helpful to know from our families where they want to enroll, like ask them to essentially identify their school of choice for next year? And that would give us this kind of at least a temperature of where folks would like to go. And that would give us a sense of how far off we are, how feasible letting choice guide us would be. I mean, if we're saying that these boundaries are, a suggestion, why not really like lead with asking the community what their preference is?
I don't think we have the time for that.
Do we honestly have to vote on this tonight, or can we get more suggestions, more coordinating, more different map regions and vote, or maybe a special board meeting?
So the board can do as it wishes. We definitely take the direction from the board to do our work. But here's what I'm going to say. I keep hearing about a plan. We absolutely do need to know approximately where students are going to really develop a plan. The principals are ready. We've already met, we've done some bare sketch outs and they have great ideas, but until we know the boundaries and we can put that aside and now we go and then we build the plan based on our projected numbers. What we do, the planning season depends on projections, right? So to be able to most accurately project, and projections again are not, until the students show up in school, that's when we have the hard numbers, but the projections are how we plan for the year. So when I'm hearing people say things like, we don't have a plan, we don't have playgrounds, we don't have all these things, that's not entirely accurate, because what we've been doing since the board voted is meeting with architects, designing bathrooms, putting playgrounds where we think they're going to go based on principal input. We cannot do this planning without the principals. We can't develop programs. Well, actually, have programs at our sites because we have many programs developed and ready to go. We have teachers that have the skill set and the desire to teach the programs. What we need is to know who the students are going to be that are coming to us. Now, let's go back to the intra-district transfer. Absolutely, parents can fill out the intra-district transfer. We will take students until we can't. But one thing that President Holt mentioned is that every year we send out the letter to return, right? We've already developed a letter specific for this upcoming year because what we're asking of parents is going to look a little bit different because we have a new grade level configuration district-wide. So it's not that we don't have a plan or that we're just sitting around, waiting for something to fall out of the sky. We actually are designing, creating, writing, and preparing to manage once the board decides. So however the board chooses to do that, that's fine. But I don't want to have any misunderstandings that there's not some kind of a plan out there. And then again, back to, we do solicit input from families each year about where students are going. So, and that's going to look different this year based on the boundaries.
This is President Holt. When does the TK and K enrollment start?
We've already put a banner on our website for TKK enrollment.
So the longer we go without these boundaries, the longer we go without families knowing whether or not EV Cane's gonna be their school.
It is currently pre-enrollment season, and to that point, with 3 TK campuses, we have an opportunity to have a school with a TK that hasn't had one in the past. Therefore, an opportunity to welcome more TK students. And I believe, Trustee Brickler, last year that was a concern for you, or maybe that was, last school year. This school year, that was a concern for you last calendar year, because you asked about that, being able to expand our TK options. And so,
May I clarify?
absolutely.
My question from the past was that we were operating elementary sites that did not have a TK program. So Auburn previously did not have one, and I was asking for TK to be offered at all elementary sites. So that was my interest but
okay.
But I think it would be really interesting if we were to send out this intent to enroll form tomorrow and hear from our families, where is it that you have these options. You can go to the TK8 program at Skyridge, at EB Kane, or Auburnell. What's your, rank your choices? I don't know, or give us your top choice.
Sure. And that sounds great, but the problem is that we're going to be sending those forms out soon as a regular way of handling business for the district. So we can do all the planning that we need to do. Staffing. I mean, the board knows that we have staffing deadlines, right? We have to follow those timelines. So, again, the board can do as it chooses and we will respond accordingly. But some of the planning that we're trying to do can't be done until we know what those boundaries are. So we know to reach out to those families, let them know this is your boundary now. What is your intent, right? And then get that information and then start figuring out staffing based on that.
Trustee Ross. Oh, sorry, go.
Oh, no, Trustee Brickler, I'm hearing you say that intent to enroll is ready to go. So what is the harm of just implementing it tomorrow, for example, just sending it out early, because we know we're in this kind of influx. So let's ask people sooner rather than later what they want, and then see what we come up with. I mean, I think what we're dancing around is that we have something new that's coming, which is the grade level configuration, and we're trying to establish a new TK 5 program at EB Kane. And that's the challenge, is how do we entice and like engage families in enrolling there? So what if we knew how many people intended to go to Kane? That would be really helpful information. I mean,
to that though, this is President Holt, we also should be providing a boundary so people know if that's the school that they'll be going to. I don't think most families, obviously we see the numbers right now, most families are not, intra-district transfers. I don't expect that will be the trend going forward either. So I feel that we need to make a decision tonight on one of these boundary maps so that we can provide that guidance to the district and to the schools so they can more effectively plan for the next school year.
Trustee Ross, here's my concern with that is that you're going to honor the district line boundaries and then people are going to ask for an intra-district transfer, and that's going to make you reestablish a new plan or add on to your plan or change a plan based on who wants an intra-district transfer. So if your plan is based on these boundaries and then you're offering intra-district transfer, it's going to change your numbers all up. So the plan that we're making based on this is not an adequate plan if you're offering intra-district transfers.
we have an opportunity to implement parent choice here and just ask people, what do you want? Where do you want to go? And then see what comes of it.
Send out a survey.
Or we don't even have to do anything like a survey. It could be just the form that's ready to go for planning purposes. It could go out earlier than in past years.
CBO Leslie, just as a matter for staff, if we just went, where does everybody want to go and kind of did away with boundaries, what's the hard stop then?
My suggestion is that if we were to hear from families, we would have a sense of where they wanted to go, and then we could plan accordingly. So we don't know to what degree we're going to need hard stops. I mean, I've been saying for some time that I think it's a hard sell for families to join a new campus, or I'm calling EB Kane a new campus because it has not served TK5 students. So that is going to be our tough sell for folks potentially. But there might be some families that already have a 6th grader there and they want to conveniently drop off their 3rd grader as well and have them at one school. We just don't know because we haven't asked.
And just as a matter of point too, CBO Leslie again, and again, I just want to make sure everybody's looking at, we are discussing families right now, but we do have to look out further because these would be to avoid changing boundaries. And like you said, in another 3 years or so. So really trying to look at the projections and where we project those students and developments are coming from. So it's important that we look at the really big picture and look a few years out as possibilities as well. And, try to base boundaries as much as we can on a lot of those factors as well.
I would love to see more development in Auburn. I think it's kind of a minor consideration in our process.
Well, considering that and considering, looking forward at these developments, I move that we adopt boundary plan C2. Doesn't look like I'm getting a second.
Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Hold on.
Well, you didn't get a
So-
second. I'll make another motion.
Hold on, I'm still, I'll go ahead and second that because looking through these maps, actually, that was the best. That was the only one that actually made the most sense to me. Huh? No, this is the B. This is the C2 right here. This one made the best sense to me right here. I don't like this right here, but there's really not a whole lot going back over here anyway.
And just, because we were still having a discussion. One last question I forgot to ask is, will the times remain the same for our school starts? Because if EV Kane starts at 8 a.m. and Auburn Elementary starting at 9 o'clock, but you're asking students to come from Bell Road to drive to EV Kane, it does make a difference when your time starts. And that would be a huge factor in my decision of where I'd like to go as well. Time start is a big deal.
So this is President Holt. That seems like a decision that should be made by our school and by the school administrators and the district, not necessarily the board. So.
I thought that was a board decision. If it's a board decision to choose where we host our board meetings, it should be a board decision when we start and stop our schools. That should be a what, not a how. So that's besides the point. I just wanted to bring that up because that does affect where people are driving and their start times. I know I love Auburn Elementary because it starts at 9 and having to drive to E.V. Kane by 8 is going to kill my child. There's no way we'll make it, which is going to affect our attendance, which is going to affect our late, which is going to affect our truancy. So these are all factors that we're not considering. And with that said, I would also like to make a motion that we postpone this decision until next month when we can get a little more of our plan solidified, including time starts and the possibility of, like Clerk Grigsby said, maybe even adding that Bel Air area, Loxley Lane and stuff like that, taking that into consideration. So my motion is to postpone this decision until next board meeting.
I'll second.
So to that, well, is there any interest in a third motion? Before we get into that, okay.
We don't always have to have three.
I know we don't, but you know.
I move that we do not wait until the next board meeting because we do actually have to hurry up with this. But I do want a different option for the map zoning with the new airport road as a boundary, including on the other side of Bell Road up for E.V. Kane.
What map is that?
It's not one of the map options. So I'm requesting a new map option also. But like I said, I do not believe that we should wait until the next board meeting. I think the faster that we get out the notifications and for the parents, the better. But I do believe that that right there would circle out a little bit better.
I'm afraid I couldn't second that, just because then we'd be heavily weighting Auburn Elementary even more, looking at just the way that they've drawn these.
Almost. So the orange up to the airport,
Mhm.
that whole like T
Uh,
would be green.
Right, we're looking at this, right?
That only that for E.V. Kane, but then on the other side of Bell Road up to New Airport, almost like to Loxley T corner, that be for E.V. Kane. So
Oh,
kinda
you're looking
like-
at expanding the E.V. Kane?
Yeah,
Oh, that wasn't clear.
Yeah.
to accommodate
Hmm.
for the new Auburn L close, and then it kind of circles around like what CBO Leslie was saying about how for E.V. Kane goes up towards the airport.
Yeah.
Is there a way to draw it?
Sorry,
I know,
have a
yeah, I
touch
know.
screen.
So
Um,
I zoomed in a little bit over here.
I mean, basically just use New Airport as a line.
But what are you talking
Oh, okay. So this is it and
Yeah,
okay.
and then to the T of Loxley, so that part's green, that part stays for E.V. Kane, I'm sorry, Auburn L. New Airport from Bell to 49 or
I'm-
Auburn L,
I'm trying to get there, sorry.
right? No, okay, so that right there. Orange,
Yeah. Oh, hold on. You know what? It cuts off. Okay.
yeah.
Well, there's really nothing back there over there.
This is a close-up view of the map, so you'd have to look at the map that's I thought there was a
But
larger.
also, also on the one for the presentation, it did show some action out there. So I do believe that, and especially since that part is the part that's supposed to be trying to grow, that it may be able to expand with E.V. Kane. So that's my motion. So I'll say it again. I move that we have a special board meeting to vote on a separate map. And if I have to say the borderlines again, I will. I tried to play with the backside near Mount Vernon too, but I couldn't.
Why can't I see?
So pretty. There.
I hear you say that you're asking for a revision, like another alternative map to consider. What is the process for requesting? Oh, you're slicing off that part?
Yep.
But you're doing that off of which map version?
Oh, any of them, they're all the same.
They're not though. There's some things
For
that-
Auburn Elementary,
That's
they were all the same for that part.
for that corner.
Yeah.
You know, I don't actually see any dots on it for any,
That's the golf course.
I don't see the red dots are indicate.
Presentation, if you look at the one with the red dots, it's one house. FYI.
Okay.
One red dot.
I mean, if we wanted to play with Loxley that way, but I mean, we could make it a straight line up New Airport. Like the straighter, the easier, basically. But any way that we do it, you're gonna look across the street and you're gonna see somebody at a different school district. So it's the hardest thing. Like,
No matter where we do it, there's going to be some part of the map that's cut that way, no matter where it happens.
but I do believe that with the population that's on 49 to Bell Road, that it would
No, so
be feasible for them to go to Auburn Elementary.
well, that's as I'm looking at though. I mean, that's probably at least a dozen homes right there, just north of New Airport Road, because that's what we're talking about, right? North of New Airport Road, that little area would just be added into the Auburn Elementary catchment area, and then leave this over here,
EVK.
right? So, but then we're just impacting Auburn Elementary, and to have those boundaries set where we aren't just planning to overburden Auburn Elementary, we'd have to carve off from somewhere else.
So we could either go up that way.
Right. Well, there's nothing here, right? Like it is the golf course and then that PG&E Lake and some other things where there's not going to be
Or we could
development,
go on that side, Mount Vernon side.
which again, we're not going to get the same balance, right? We'd have to end up coming up maybe over here, or those ones up here, then they'd be driving past Auburn L to go to Edie Kane.
A lot of them would. It was just, I don't know.
I mean, the real challenge is that there's so much population north of Auburn L that I think that's why we're struggling, is that we're trying not to impact that site further. But that's where the population is.
Why don't we ever explore making Rock Creek an independent district? Just wondering. I'm not allowed to ask questions, but.
So-
If Bowman could have been an independent
So-
district, why can't Rock Creek?
On that, I don't think we've got a second for you, Renee.
Nope, I don't think so.
So trustee Ross, you moved to postpone the decision until next month, and you wanted to see like what time school would start. That was all you wanted to see on that?
And I go back to trustee Brickler's sentiment when she said it would be really great to see what, I mean, I'd like to see who's not going to be returning, at least from Edie Kane, who's an intra-district transfer. Because that would influence as well, and I'd love to be able to see people's preference.
I hear you. And I think to that, some of this, as CBO Leslie suggested, is also determining what it's going to look like in the future, not just for this first year, where it's going to be obviously the most significant impact is going to be this year, right? For the students that are currently there. But the ones we will be enrolling, this is going to be their normal, right?
If they
So,
enroll.
right, but again, you're saying if they enroll with us, well, we have families not enrolling with us. So that, unless you can assign a value to that statement, I mean, it's not really helpful to this conversation.
Right, that's why I'm asking for clarification from our families that actually attend our district.
This is Trustee Brickler. Can we just kind of play that idea out? So let's say that you had your oldest child is entering kindergarten this upcoming year, and you are interested in enrolling in AUSD, and we didn't have boundary lines. This is just a theoretical. Wouldn't we say we have three choices? We have these three TK8 schools, and then like they could choose where they wanted to enroll. I don't know if that would be based upon like which school they thought was the best school, or which school is closest to their house. I don't know. I mean, that is a possibility, is that we could be, if we're really trying to honor open enrollment and choice, that is, how does that play out?
I mean, essentially, we've had this system for years, right? Where we have a hard boundary, but we do our best to honor intra-district transfers. Most end up going to the school that they're in the boundary for. So that kind of works itself out. Looking at families who are going to be enrolling somebody, in a TK or a K this next year, especially if it's their first student going in, a lot of that's just going to be what school they need to be going to. And we need to be giving those boundaries to our principal so she can start developing those plans and make an attractive model. If we're asking her we're saying we're not going to give you your boundary year yet, so we don't know what students are actually going to be going to your school, it's just going to be a lot more question and uncertainty going longer and longer and longer. And we are getting into where we're in pre-enrollment. Charters are getting ready to start opening up their lotteries. So this is something that we need to be able to do so we can give families time to prepare and give them an answer as to what their boundary is in our district. Even though obviously we're going to be trying to honor those intra-district transfers as much as we can.
Can I ask how these boundary maps will affect our special education services or our IEPs, and how are these boundaries going to affect special ed? Are there more special ed students that will end up in one school rather than the other? How does that look?
Please correct me if I'm wrong, interim superintendent, but already we have different programs at different sites based on need, not just on physical address. Is that correct?
Correct.
So will these district boundary lines, will they affect the special education program?
They will not. Our special education team is consistently looking at data and student need to determine where and what programs we are offering.
So we're going to determine what programs we're offering, or we're sticking to where our special education programs are? We're just going to leave them
Not
there?
based on boundary, but based on need, on student need. So student data. So keeping in mind that our goal is always to be able to support our students to get to become mainstreamed, right? So if you consider that, and we're looking to make growth, like we spoke about today with the dashboard, our special ed department is continuously working with staff and students to determine the needs of our students. So for instance, we currently have an autism class at Skyridge. We have 2 of them. They will remain there because that's where our students go. And you talk about consistency. Consistency is key. We know that. That's something that we know is going to remain consistent. Those students were already traveling from wherever their homeschool would have been to attend that program. So, what is the next program that we need? Is there going to be a change that's going to be based on what our student need is? A few years ago, we didn't have 2 classes for autism. Do you see what I'm saying? So we use data and need, and then we design the programs, and then our students go there. Also, our special ed budget allows for us to pay for transportation for students who have transportation written in their IEP to get them to the particular program that they need to go to.
And what about IEPs with students that have specific relationships with teachers and really acknowledge being with those teachers? And I think these are where the questions lie with intra-district transfers. Like, are they going to have the rights to stay there before I do, that I've moved 3 classrooms? Like, how are the IEPs going to work? I know they move and the needs of the children will move with them.
Right.
But when you develop a certain relationship with certain teachers, especially reading teachers and
and whatever they are, you develop a certain relationship with them. And so now we're going to be moving students that have developed these relationships with these teachers to other schools. And that itself, if they've already moved once or twice, like that itself is going to cause a stir up of emotions.
So when you say that now we're moving students, I don't know for sure that we are, because I have to look at the data, right? We can generalize that and assume it, and that's fine.
Well, we're moving students from Auburn Elementary.
But we don't, but do they
Elementary.
have, but do they have IEPs that specifically state that they have to be with a particular teacher because that's what they need to have? That's something that you wouldn't know and I wouldn't know, but that's why the site principals are involved, right? The principals work directly with our director of student support, who works with, with our program specialist and our staff. And that's when you say, when we go back to what the plan is, we're continuously planning. And Kelly Young is continuously working with Pam Sparks and our principals to ensure that our students have what they need. So whatever's in the IEP is honored, right? And IEPs change for the needs of the student. We are not going to dishonor an IEP because of a boundary change. We don't do that now.
Right. And that's not what I'm asking. Again, it's certain relationships that students have developed with teachers, which you're now going to tear apart. And so that's one reason to ask for an intra-district transfer. Right. So
sure. But if the student is in that particular program already, then they would remain there.
but a lot of these, I can tell you that a lot of the students, there's a lot of students worried that are at Auburn Elementary that are worried because they have to go to E.V. Kane, but they've developed a connection with the teachers at Auburn Elementary now. And now they're going to rip from those teachers and have to go to another set of teachers. And I hear you when you say, look, long-term, I agree. We do have to look long-term. However, we also can't look long-term if we're going to lose too many students and then we end up with one school.
So are we talking about students in general, or are we talking about students with disabilities?
I'm talking about students that have an IEP, that have developed relationships with teachers that are helping them through these IEPs, and they're now going to be torn apart again.
Okay.
That's happened to some students that didn't move schools. So I really don't think that unless it is not required for the IEP, that it should be emphasized right now.
It's a worthy emphasis. It's a worry emphasis. If people are worried about this and are looking at leaving our district because of this, I
So-
do not want to give them the opportunity to leave our district.
Trustee Ross, I don't recall that being part of your motion, though. Was
Well,
that-
part of my motion was I wanted to figure all this out, right? It gives us time to figure this out. It gives us time to look at things like IEPs, because as a board, I don't think we're looking at that. It gives us an opportunity to look at transportation, especially when the transportation changes from 9 a.m. to 8 a.m. That's huge. That's a big deal. And I don't think we've looked at that. Skyridge has been the least impacted. So I think it's really hard for a parent of Skyridge to understand the impact that this has had on other parents. So it's more devastational for me than it is for you. Your child has not been impacted by this move. My child will now be impacted by a third move.
Trustee Ross, I suggest you don't know that.
Oh, I do know that, because no matter which way you look at these boundaries, my house is now scheduled to be in another school.
Well, I'm pretty sure you don't know where I live. And I'm not getting into my personal circumstance because that doesn't matter. I'm not here.
I mean,
I'm not sitting up here
do.
because I'm a parent. I'm not up here with my parent hat on about what's going to be happening in my family.
maybe you should, because it's
That's
not just my
that's not what
family.
Your trustees.
It is not just my family. It is several families. I'm listening to the community.
So if I could clarify your motion, I think what we took down, you moved to postpone the decision until next month so we could establish what time school starts.
I mean, that wasn't the only thing I wanted to establish, though. That's what I was trying to make clear.
Okay, I thought that's what you said when you made the motion. Was there more that I missed?
I did. I also asked that possibly we look into the form, excuse me, my mind is going blank right now. The form, Sarah Brickler had mentioned it, and Superintendent Lucci Garcia has mentioned it.
Intent to enroll.
Thank you. Intent to enroll. That we look at the intent to enroll.
Could you clarify what you mean by look at it?
Offer it to our parents in the next month so that we can get their feedback.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to postpone our decision
so that we can establish times for our schools, start times, finish times, how this will affect our IEPs, and look at the intent of enrollment by handing that out to our parents and families within the next week or two.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Please.
You were saying, just to clarify, you were saying to delay the decision until the February board meeting, regular board meeting. And I would just say to collect the intent to enroll, or, you know, to ask families to complete it.
So what is the motion?
You were writing down trustee Ross's motion, and it was to delay the decision until the February regular board meeting to allow time to collect data on IEPs, start times, and collect the intent to return form.
Perfect.
Is there any further debate on that motion? Interim Superintendent, would you please read the motion out for us?
The motion was to postpone the decision so we can establish start and finish times, how this will affect our IEPs, and look at intent of enrollment. Look at and collect, with the friendly amendment, look at and collect data from the intent of enrollment
I think we could strike the look at, just the collect.
to collect it.
Yeah.
Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Okay. On the previous motion to adopt boundary C2, is there further debate on that?
Yes, this is trustee Brickler. This is the model that would most heavily impact Auburn Elementary, this leaves them with 520 students. And I don't know, that seemed burdensome for a campus that's already very full. One of my hopes was that campus size could be reduced in this process. I guess that's my main kind of, I mean, I could come up with some other, and in addition, it, like, as we discussed, it bisects my neighborhood. So that didn't seem entirely logical to use Lincoln Way rather than 80. Does anyone else have other concerns about C2?
So on C2, looking at that, as long as I'm still on C2, yeah, make sure I'm in the right place in my slide deck. It looks like, yes, it will be still more heavily impacted this next school year, but based on the predictions we're getting from the demographers, that it will be less so, you know, as we go into the longer term. So obviously, the further out we get, the less accurate we get. But
Yeah, and with all respect to the demographers, we were discussing what the reliability is of the numbers as you go farther out.
Yep, absolutely. And then my thought on that as well, yes, looking at Auburn Elementary on that one, that's where we have the southern boundary line right along the southern edge along Kemper Road. But, you know, there are those areas that could end up being developed as we go forward that are just south of there. To include, you know, 26 acres that currently belongs to the school district that right now we don't have a plan for, but has been declared surplus. So that growth would then be going to E.V. Kane according to the boundary lines rather than to Auburn Elementary, which is what we see in C.
I would add that it seems a little bit ridiculous that you could share a fence line with Auburn Elementary in that scenario, but attend a different school, be assigned to E.V. Kane. And that I'd rather make our decisions based upon today's circumstances, because it seems speculative to talk about development, because this isn't a community that is doing a great deal of development. Sorry, I'm not trying to malign the city council when I say that. I just mean we are not growing as rapidly in Auburn as, like, you know, Roseville, Lincoln, you know, Western Placer. So
That's a fair point. And so is the point about, you know, looking at what will be more impacted closer as we have a better eye on those numbers. So, you know, and to that, it's a difference of 10 students. And I also hear the point about it being kind of ridiculous. You could share a fence line and have to go to a different school. That I found myself bouncing back and forth since Friday between C and C2 for that reason, among others. But just looking at that hard line on Kemper. And to that, that's where we also intend to honor intra-district transfers when we can. And I certainly hope that we'd be able to honor those for those people in the South that are being cut off to be able to go there.
Will they get a priority?
Any other debate on that or discussion on that?
I just feel like all 4 maps are just so similar that it doesn't give us a 100% different option.
I get what you mean. I mean, I think it's the challenge of the geography that, yeah, that's where the population is right around Rock Creek.
Mm-hmm.
We probably don't have a fourth school.
I will add, this is Trustee Brickler. I did go back and look at the numbers and look at if we were theoretically to operate TK8 programs at Rock Creek, Auburn Elementary, and Skyridge, and how that kind of works with the utilization. And I know that's not on the table right now, but it would be, you know, somewhat tight, but I think our sites could accommodate the students. It's feasible.
Any further debate on this motion? Okay, so with that, all in favor of the motion to adopt boundary maps? Aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
All right, and the motion carries. All right. It's now 10:28. Let's take a let's return back. We'll take a brief recess, be back in at 10:35. It is 10:37 and we are coming back into session just a moment late. Thank you for bearing with us. All right, and so moving to item 12, information and discussion items. We do have public comment on that. So if we get started there, please.
So yes. First one is Autumn Peak for 12D.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Autumn. I went to Rock Creek, I went to EVK, and I went to Placer High School. I'm currently a student at UC Berkeley. In my time there, I've been actually studying education to a certain extent. That's my minor, not my major, but still. And so I'm here to express some concerns, as I'm sure you've heard from very, very many other people, about your really hasty decision to convert to a full K through 8, alignment of your schools. And so I did some research today. I was going to show up with my works cited and everything, but I figured that would be a little excessive. So yeah, K through 8 schools, I really don't have an issue with them. Like, they are not wreaking havoc. They are not causing problems. I came in today not really knowing what I would say, other than that I had some other pieces of research I wanted to share with you all. So first of all, K through 8 schools actually, I think it was your slideshow that I was reading on one of the past meeting minutes, and you stated that it would increase diversity, which is statistically not true. K through 8 schools have considerably lower diversity than other schools, specifically the middle school format. In addition, in small, more rural areas like ours, the K through 8s has a increased incident of bullying, which is definitely something that you need to consider. My primary concern, though, is that you're not going to be able to maintain programs. I've heard that some of you board members here are very concerned about equality, which is great. We want to have equality for our students. But in order to get that equality, are you going to be harming them? Are you going to be taking away opportunities in order to make sure that all 3 K through 8 schools you're having are going to be equal? Because goodness knows, if I had not been able to do GATE programs when I was in 6th grade, I wouldn't have been able to take advanced math in 7th grade. I wouldn't have been done with calculus by junior year, and I probably wouldn't have gotten into Berkeley. Goodness knows. Or maybe it was the music program. Maybe being a member of the band at EVK is, well, I'm still a member of a marching band. It's something that I love to do, something that has inspired me. It's one of the things that made me bother showing up to school, even through the hell that was middle school. Keep in mind, I don't like EVK. Not a fan of EVK. Stepping foot there gives me anxiety. But what you're going to be taking away from these students, you're not going to be able to maintain a band program at all 3 schools. You're not going to be able to maintain a drama program at all 3 schools. You are going to be harming your students. And in order to give them equality, you're going to have to take it away from the ones that are able to have it. And that is a terrible, terrible thing to do to them. Our students in this area are already disadvantaged coming from a more rural area. I have friends that go to way bigger, better schools, that, had all these opportunities going into college, applying for college. And to take students that are already at a disadvantage and make it worse is so unfair of you.
Tara?
Hi, as many of you know, I've spoken many times and my son is at EVK. A phase-in option would allow time for current students to continue their path and no opportunities being taken away. Right now, my problem is not with the K-8 model in general, though I am a fan of the comprehensive middle school, it's that there is no plan. There's no plan for honors and advanced. And when the interim superintendent said a couple meetings ago that we've always strive to teach kids at all levels through elementary school, I can tell you that did not happen for my child. He's tested consistently above grade level in math. And when I would talk to his teachers about what can we do to challenge him, I was told there was nothing they could do because they don't have time to teach separate curriculums in the same classroom. So if you take the 35-ish kids that are in his honors math and theoretically split that a third, that's 10 students to 12 at each campus. So you can't offer an honors program And it makes sense without having 12 kids in a class, which we've been told is not feasible. So what I want to see before you move forward are plans of how you're going to accomplish this. How are you going to accomplish band? How are you going to accomplish these programs that the kids currently have? Because if you can't accomplish them, then we need to look at something else or a way to do it over time. There is a way you could do this. You could look at phasing in start with the TK through first or second grade and allow the older kids to finish out at Kane. You could look at a model similar to Weimar that is a 5th or 4th grade through 8th grade, which would alleviate some of the students at each of the elementary sites and bring them to EV Kane to get you up to those things. These are things that have not been explored, and that is what us as a community and teachers and parents are asking you guys to do, not rush into this. It took you 2 months to bring a boundary line. How are you going to create these plans that are comprehensive and efficient and have time to implement them by August? There's still no approval even on a calendar. So you know what? My family that's in Southern California, they have theirs. We're taking a vacation at the beginning of August. If my kid misses school now, I'm sorry. It's ridiculous that we don't even have a calendar for what's starting in 9 months. Also, the fact that you guys are holding this meeting here just shows that some of you do not care about my opinion or the public's opinion, because this is not a comfortable or safe environment. I was standing at the door for 20 minutes in the cold. That is not fair, and it's not even showing that you care. I called the district office, asked if it could be moved. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item 12A, annual adjustment to bid threshold for contracts.
I can
Yeah,
get-
okay, fine.
CBO Leslie. This is just an informational item. Each year you'll typically see increases to the public bid threshold limits, not only for various acquisitions or things that are not considered construction, but also as we are a CUPCA district or an informal bidding type district, there will be annual adjustments to those limits as well. Currently, we do have an increase of bidding on what's considered to be non-construction. So equipment is materials, supplies, or services that are not construction, repairs and maintenance. The threshold for California goes from 109,300 up to 114,500. And this year, they have not moved forward with any increases to the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, or CUPCA. So right now, our bidding thresholds for that are going to remain the same, and they're looking to update those in 2025. So those remain that we can contract up to $60,000. We can informal bid between $60,000 and $200,000. Anything $200,000 and above, even if it is considered construction, would be subject then to the typical bid process.
Are there any questions on that? Okay, moving to 12B, the annual audit extension request.
Thank you. As you guys, as a board have known previously, we have had the needs to request extensions for audits. As we move through the audit process, we are still working with Christy White, who is our new auditing firm. As they've moved through a majority of our audit exceptions from last year, they've requested some additional information. In talking with both our auditors and Placer County Office of Education, it was determined that it was appropriate to ask for an extension to January 31st, and we continue to work with our auditors to provide a report. In this case, we should be having the report for internal review and county office review no later than January 31st, which would bring the report to our February 14th meeting.
This is Trustee Brickler. So there's no downside to requesting an extension. It doesn't, PCOE was able to approve that. So this is not, doesn't reflect poorly on our process. Okay.
No, not typically. And there's a few other scenarios where they've statewide. I've actually found out that they're starting to have a lot of people that are requesting audit extensions just because of a few other things. Not anything that our district has been under. So this isn't going to be an uncommon thing in the state of California this year. It just so happens that ours is directly related to, as they continue to dig through findings and go through our prior audit exceptions and that information, they wanted to make sure that they were pulling enough items to, kind of check their boxes.
Seeing no other questions, moving to 12C, update on fiscal and operations action plan.
Thank you so much, CBO Leslie again. As we had discussed with our fiscal and operations action plan, after our FCMAT study and report, also after some review from Placer County Office of Education and our prior audit exceptions, this is the plan that had been brought to the board with our original budget, approximately that time frame. And it was discussed that we would just have updates at each interim. So after the completion of the interim, there were a few items that were checked off, which had not been previously as complete. So essentially those were just marked off, and then the plan is just given to the board to review as an update and also reminders of what we're working on.
Thank you. I think I had a question on that. Going to page 12, the second line down, talking about internal controls regarding fraud. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, it's checked. I could have sworn when I took a note, I didn't see it checked, but my mistake, disregard.
Right. I might see what you're talking about. The next page, internal controls, the one on top, spring 2024.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I
was hoping.
I suspect my request, I either wrote the wrong page down or disregard. So are there any other questions?
And for internal controls, it's, you said 12, but I think it's the top of page 7. There's only 9 pages in the document. District did not show process and procedures to discourage and detect fraud.
Oh, that is what I
It's
was looking
for
at. Thank you.
spring 2024.
Yep, not fall of 2023. So yeah, we're still working towards that. I wrote down the wrong line for the date. And I was going to
Yeah.
ask about why that wasn't checked yet, why we hadn't addressed it.
Thank you for bringing this back. I think this is important for us to continue to monitor.
So any additional questions on that? Then moving to 12D, gradual implementation of TK8 in 24-25.
This is Trustee Brickler, and I requested that this item be on the agenda. When I have done some research about implementing and shifting from our current model of elementary and middle school programs and adopting a TK8 model, the best practice is that you add 1 grade level per year. And so there are multiple ways to do this, but the way that I was envisioning it is that, or one possibility is to take our current TK5 programs at Skyridge and Auburn L. And so next year you could plan to add 6th grade. So those 5th graders are retained at their school. And then that would allow our current 6th and 7th graders who will be in 7th and 8th grade next year to choose to remain at Kane. The missing piece of information here is I don't know where families stand and how many of them want to stay at Kane, but the preponderance of them that I've spoken to just anecdotally want to stay at Kane because they're trying to keep I think the common thread with all these changes is that students want to stay with their friends, and that I have not heard how many families would want to leave Kane and return back to their elementary school. So my hope is that if we were to implement this more gradual and kind of natural transition to TK8, that it would have a number of benefits, that it would potentially retain more families within our district. It would allow those 7th and 8th graders to complete their middle school, a pseudo middle school experience. It might help attract students to Kane, that possibly there would be some siblings that would be willing to join their older siblings. That it would allow more time for a district to consider how to develop the TK8 model. I've been told that we can't afford the gradual implementation, but I also think that we can't afford to lose students who don't want to go back to their elementary schools. So I would like to have a discussion as a board about whether or not we would focus on one grade level and getting it right and adding 6th grade to our 2 existing elementary schools. We simultaneously going to have to add TK 6 at Kane for capacity purposes, but then allowing the 7th and 8th graders to remain at Kane and just finish out their time.
Trustee Ross, is there any way that you could reverse that with middle school where you add 5th and 5th grade or 4th grade? So it'd be the opposite.
So you would take the well, that would be that's just a different model, right?
It's a different-
That's a
so-
model where you have lower elementary at the elementary sites, and then right? Is that what you're thinking?
Well,
And then
I
middle
mean, it
school
makes-
becomes
It makes sense 100% to do a TKK first, right? Because those are new students into the district. But just, you know, for the purpose that families with those lower students, how comfortable would they feel having a TK and kindergartner and then 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 7th and 8th grade, right?
Well, I think that just numerically, the way that this has been the board decisions are dictating that EV Kane is going to have offer TK to
Right.
6,
Right.
or essentially TK8. But the difference the distinction I'm trying to make is rather than taking the current, or let's just say next year's 7th and 8th graders who have had a middle school experience and to send them back to their elementary schools. Rather than doing that, allow them to finish their time at Kane. But the way that we get to TK8 is that our elementary schools, the current 5th graders remain on campus next year as 6th graders.
So,
Does that make sense? Is there another way I could describe this?
President Hall, I think you described it perfectly clear. And, you know, if we could roll back the clock 4 years, I think the best way to do it would be to phase them out, but not start the TK program at Kane until we kind of graduate that last class. And then boom, now we've got a middle school or a TK school. At least that's what I would think, because I think what we'll run into is it'll essentially still be then a junior high with the younger kids as well. And then that adds a lot of complexity to scheduling. If we're going to have essentially still the junior high, and what you're saying anecdotally is you're hearing a lot of folks don't want to leave. They don't want to leave the friends they have. So then it would be heavily weighted to the 7th and 8th graders. And that might be discouraging to the TK through 5, you know, TK through 6 kind of overwhelmingly. So, you know, also that would be requiring the ones who don't necessarily want to stay, which I'm sure there are some, for any number of reasons, if their families want them to go back to their elementary school, that would be requiring them to stay at Kane.
We just don't know, do we? We don't know what our families, we haven't asked them what their intent to enroll is. I mean, you bring up good point. I would love to know how they felt. And I understand that the EB Kane Site Council did not proceed with their survey that they had planned, which would have enlightened us a bit to whether or not parents would prefer to keep their current Kane students at EB Kane or to send them back to their home elementary schools.
So, and that sounds like a survey that gets beyond the scope of a site council's role at a school site, and probably an issue to be resolved at the school site as far as the site council business with their principal. It doesn't necessarily rise to the level of the board.
Well, it sounds like you're not interested in hearing that information. Wouldn't it be helpful to know that information?
As far as who's going to send their students or not?
Just to get the general temperature of how our parents are feeling, whether or not we have no idea the scope of this issue. We have no idea how many parents wish to keep their students at EB Kane, and how many would let's just come up with a Skyridge student, right? You've gone through Skyridge, you've enrolled at EV Kane as a sixth grader, and then now you're being asked to return to Skyridge. So we just don't know I don't know where parents are, but when I talk to middle school parents, they seem to want to just let their students stay there. Are we going to cap how many kids can stay at EV Kane for 7th and 8th grade? Don't we want that site to have more students enrolled there so that we can have balanced campuses overall?
I think that's part of what we just discussed with the boundary lines, right? Where we're going to have boundary lines, do our best to honor the intra-district transfers, but then there is a hard cap at some point if it'll be impacted at a site. You know, I've talked to students and families at ED Kane, and I certainly sympathize with them about losing friends or, you know, not being in school with friends for a year or two. But that's going to happen regardless to students at all of our sites. So, you know, we made the decision to move to a TK through 8 program. So we should try to successfully implement it. It seems like doing a slow roll of halfway doing a junior high and trying to become the elementary school is not necessarily a recipe for success.
What if we sustain further enrollment losses? Because I mean, I know personally these middle school families that are saying, we're not sending our kid back to Skyridge. We're looking everywhere. We're putting our kid on lists. We're going to get out of here if we can't just remain where we are. I don't know how widespread that is because we haven't asked families.
Right. And so
I don't know that I've heard from one parent so far that said, oh, I really can't wait to send my middle schooler back to elementary. They could be out there. There's probably somebody.
I have. There's lots of both. There's lots that have not enrolled their kids in the school because of the different things. They want them to stay at the same school for 8 years, 7 years, 9 years. I moved here when I was first grade, sorry. Everywhere. It's both ways. Everywhere. We've heard this for a year now, from before the school closures. And we've heard opinions from all of the parents about this. Everybody feels a very specific way. And it really doesn't matter what way we vote. They're still going to feel the same way. As long as we honor what they want to try and do next year, then we should really emphasize that. Because if parents don't want to enroll their kid at EV Kane and they want to stay at Skyridge, then that's great. But because there have been many that have said that. There have been many that have said that they didn't enroll in Skyridge because it wasn't a K through 8. And there are many that said that if EV Kane was a K through 8, they would be there too.
Well, and I think all we have is the data, right? So we have attempted to make Skyridge a K through 8 and it didn't work. It failed. And we actually tried that twice. So
when was that?
We tried that with Alta Vista.
We tried it with Skyridge twice. It was actually our last superintendent, Michelle Schultz, that told me the exact time. And I'm sorry, I don't remember. So I don't want to misquote the dates, but we did try that and it didn't work because the parents there didn't want it. So I do agree with you, Clerk Grigsby, that no matter what, there's going to be people that want something and there's going to be people that don't. And ultimately, parents' choice is what we want to be able to offer, because now we're competing with every other TK through 8th. And unless we do something special, magnet schools or STEM, whatever it is, it's going to be really hard to reattract these parents, which I think is the end goal. And I want to stick back to Trustee Brickler's idea. I'm still trying to wrap my head around. You're just leaving this. So if the student wants to stay at EV Kane, they can stay there to finish up their grade. And you're also going to start TK through 5th at the same time.
This is just one way that I was considering it could be done. I don't know if there are other models that,
okay.
But so what this would look like is that Skyridge next year would be TK 6.
Okay.
Because that's the natural progression, right? Like you're just retaining someone who's in 5th grade this year stays at Skyridge the following year for 6th grade. but you don't offer 7th and 8th grade there yet, because you're going to let them like naturally progress. And then so the following year you would have 7th grade at Skyridge, and the year after that you would have 8th grade. So you're still getting to TK8 at all 3 sites, but you're allowing the students who are currently at Kane to either promote to Placer, or those next 2 classes that are in 6th and 7th now would get to just stay at Kane and finish their time in middle school, or, you know, like finish out their time at Kane. But we can't just have Kane, we can't afford to have Kane just be a 7th and 8th grade school next year.
Right.
So you're simultaneously, you know, trying to, you're making, it would be the true TK8 next year.
But you're
Well,
just
the others
allowing
are
extra-
TK6 that are like trying to gradually.
And so
It's not the ideal way you would do it.
Would there be enough spaces?
Kane?
Classrooms? But would you still maintain your electives? Because I'm assuming that's why people also want to stay at King.
Well, if you had all the 7th and 8th graders at one school, it would help. It would allow more time to plan for how do you offer advanced classes or band or I mean, it would just buy us some time to figure out what the 6th through 8th or 7th through 8th model looks like. Or we could just have like a number of inter-district transfers where those students are saying, hey, we want to stay at EV Kane.
We'll end up seeing that, and then we might have to go to those boundary lines.
But what are these cutoffs? We haven't established like that, that this school can only accommodate X number of students. Like that's what we're
right. And that's what
missing.
now we have that guidance, at least on the boundary lines. That's going to be helpful to the schools and to the district staff so they can develop what that looks like. Right. So is there any further discussion on that one?
No, just that I just thought I wish we could hear more from our community about what they want, because again, to my point earlier, they are our customers. We need to figure out a way to kind of accommodate our students in these transitions and to try to retain them in the district.
I agree. It's worth thinking about.
Thank you. Moving to item 12E, the 23-24 demographics and enrollment projection study.
Good evening, CBO Leslie again. I know that we have discussed already a few components of the demographic and enrollment projection study. This really was a catalyst just to kind of do a reset from 2 years prior. We had one done, I think 21-22, and we missed last year. So we had a couple of years to catch up on so that we had a more recent snapshot of, you know, where our population of students were at, what we were looking at as far as projections that include currently planned development as discussed. And that way we could utilize those items towards the boundary studies and maps. So really this was just an information so you guys could see kind of what came out of that demographic study and what was kind of the baseline that was utilized to pinpoint student populations.
Trustee Ross, I apologize. And I think this is what happened with the other one, but this is not coming up on my screen. So I assumed there was nothing there.
It was opening for me even this morning, but it's not opening now.
Okay.
HTTP error 404.
Yep.
You got it?
Oh, so we just have to yell at it.
Okay, so we're just all having some internet problems.
Except for Trustee Wedge.
The internet goes off at 11.
All right, well, I guess I can't pull it up right now.
All right,
but-
so we'll just look at Trustee Wedge's computer then.
Okay.
No.
So, well, actually, is there further discussion on this? I think it's a helpful study, certainly informative. But seeing no further discussion, then,
If we could see it.
Well,
Is
seeing,
it something that if we do find a question, we can email and, okay,
Absolutely, absolutely.
sorry, that was Trustee Grigsby.
so, moving to item 13A then, let's start with A1. We need to appoint a Placer County Committee voting representative.
Placer County, this is interim superintendent Lucia Garcia. The Placer County Office of Education requests that districts appoint a board voting representative who will vote to elect members to the Placer County Committee on School District Organization in November of 2024. The election meeting is held once a year and the vote can be made by attending the annual meeting in person or by absentee vote. So the board will need to vote for the member and I will submit that to PCOE.
President Holt, I move that we appoint Trustee Wedge as the Placer County Committee voting representative.
I'll second that.
All right, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. And moving to item 13A2, update on requests.
As I am trying to pull up the page, mine's circling as well. So just give me one quick second, please.
Yeah, it's saying I'm connected to the internet, but then nothing's
Yeah, mine
loading.
too.
Not found.
Okay, with that, actually, no, we gotta stay on there. I don't want to
Yep.
start distracting you.
I just need, my pages are already bordered.
And Trustee Ross, I've got your request down here too on a note. I have not forgotten you for new requests.
Thanks. The thanks. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Wow.
Are you
Okay, so
hardwired?
the first, the first request, on the list that's on the agenda. The board would like me to connect with Placer County Office of Education regarding a superintendent search. So I have connected with the Placer County Office of Ed, and I'm waiting to get information on the process. So that is ongoing and it's in motion. Any questions about that or?
What does the timeline look like if we need somebody here prior to June so that there can be that little bit of a transition with the both of you? And about 8 weeks then for them to search. So that would mean that they need to get back to you by next month, basically, right?
So that's a great question. So I am waiting to get that timeline from them. In the meantime, I did speak with Michelle Bunt and we sat down and she's, discussed what a timeline could be. So if it's okay with the board, I would like to bring that timeline or email it at least so that you have that timeline from her as well. This is something that she would absolutely put together within her job duties. And then while I'm waiting to get more information from PCOE, would that be okay? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Number 2, the board would like to know why students are leaving our schools by receiving exit survey data from families when they leave our district. And this was something that I have brought up with principals, and we are going to, at our principal meeting, after we dive into some data and look at the dashboard, we're going to talk about what our sites are doing to collect that data. And as far as I can tell, there's not a clear process in place. So I'd like to develop that process with our principals to make sure that it's not me saying this is how you should do it and it's too burdensome on the site. But at the same time, get some of that data. I know that currently when families approach the school or the district saying that they want to leave, we request that they make an appointment with the principal, and then the principal sits and meets with them to find out, what they're looking for or why they wish to leave, but it's not something that we collect data on necessarily. So we will be working on that, and I will send that to the board as well as soon as we have our process outlined and we all agree that it's going to work with staff. Would AUSD be able to work with a college campus and provide space for programs? we are absolutely interested in working with, you know, community members and partners that come to us and ask. It doesn't mean that we can always accommodate or that it's going to work for them, you know, but we are absolutely willing to have a conversation. So if any, you know, as people reach out to us, we reach out, you know, we have a conversation with them. What are you looking for? What's, you know, what's the timeline? And then we work through that process with them. So if you know of a college campus that's interested, please send them our way. And Heather and I will have a conversation with them. Absolutely. And then bring the topic about gradual implementation, and that, as you can tell, was on the board agenda. And then the trustees would like to make the appraisal funded by the grant from Placer Community Foundation. I think that should have been public. And I know that we discussed that today. I believe that we sent the email to you from legal a while ago. So if there's any other questions about that, let me know.
Moving then to new requests. I'm going to ask that we schedule a special board meeting the last week of January regarding the superintendent search. So hopefully we have a timeline by then. But I think that as a board, we need to really fire it up and start developing that plan. So even if we could have somebody from PCOE present at that one to tell us what that looks like, what their search timeline is, and how exactly they'll be facilitating.
Okay. Is there a date? The end of January would be the last week of January. Is there a particular date that's better than another? I may have to use my phone to look at.
So Trustee Brickler, I don't know that we said that we would work with PCOE. Absolutely. I thought we were just kind of looking for information.
That's a good point. But I think we still need to have the special board meeting then to discuss that, figure out, is that the route we're going? Is there something else? Would we be open to hearing from PCOE at that, if they're willing to come talk to us, provide that timeline that they have?
Yes, I just thought perhaps we could get an email with some basic information about what it would cost or what they would offer.
And on that, as far as dates, yeah, either actually the 26th, that Friday, or the 29th, 30th, or 31st. I know for certain I can't do anywhere between the 20th and the 24th. I'm gonna be out of town for memorial service. So after that, it'd be available.
Okay, and we have an LCAP meeting on Monday, the 29th. So if we were to have a special, I would request that we have it after 6:30.
That works.
The 30th.
Yeah.
That's the LCAP. Is that Tuesday or Wednesday work for you? 30 or 31st? Okay.
Either Tuesday or Wednesday is fine for me.
Tuesday would be better for me. Okay.
The
Tuesday?
30th?
Can we still do 6 o'clock or 6:30?
6:30?
Okay.
Yep.
Works better for you, Renee. I know you're also hustling from work.
6 or 6:30, I'm home by
Okay.
5.
Okay.
It's just the week before I'll be on a cruise, so I'm going
Yeah.
Good deal. So
Okay, so I have Tuesday, January 30th at 6:30, special board meeting to discuss the superintendent search. Okay.
I'm noticing that there wasn't an update on requests. I remember requesting some kind of district-wide plan group activity. That was the word that I wanted.
Oh, yeah.
Something to really get not only the parents, the teachers, students, all involved in, I mean, maybe some kind of sports day or I don't know.
This is Trustee Brickler. I have an alternate proposal, which is that, I mean, it's one thing that brings the people from all the schools together is the big day of giving, which is May 2nd.
That's a great
And
idea.
Auburn Education Foundation is going to have an event at the Station Public House, and there are student performances from as many of the schools as are willing to participate. It's not, I don't know that it's exactly what you're talking about, but it is like one kind of cross district gathering.
It is similar. I wonder if we could try and guide something like that, but only like maybe at E.V. Kane field or something, you know, big day of
Kickball.
big day of giving everything.
I think, yeah, those are two different things, you know,
Yeah.
the big day giving at the station house, more kind of adult centered with money, you know, donating money. Whereas I think what Trustee Grigsby's getting at is, you know, a field day with kind of a district wide
Activities. Yeah.
Like, whether it's field day with different things and the slushy machine and whatever else we
Yes,
can get out there.
absolutely. We need that slush machine.
I love the idea of an event like that. I just don't think we have the staff capacity to implement it. So I was offering this as like a plan B that like, it's a way to, you know, see the EV Kane band perform, for one of the last times, and to see the Sky Ridge Dance Club, and to, you know, see, these different schools gather. I know it's not what you're asking for exactly, but it's like you know, distant cousin, but, but it's something that is feasible and it's actually happening without adding to the burden of our staff who's, tasked with TK8 implementation in just a few months' time.
Maybe
I think we talked about maybe trustees would need to take a more active role if we wanted to have.
maybe trustees can work with the PTCs and get, I don't know. But maybe some good ideas from the district.
Yeah,
staff.
well, and so we had talked about having some kind of an end of year barbecue, you know, and just kind of close the year out with a barbecue. Now, this was a couple of months ago, you know, back when school was starting, we were like, let's do all the things, and you know, and so I'm happy to go back to our staff members that proposed that here at the district office, and talk about what that with them, what that would look like. But then that's more geared toward the end of the year, so I don't know if that's too late for what you're asking.
Could we look at something for the next school year and the beginning of the school year? Or would that be too much going on?
One of each.
Or
Okay, so like an end of year barbecue and a resource fair?
Uh-huh. Yes, please. Beginning of the year, resource fair, end of the year, barbecue. There we go. I like that idea.
Would it be okay, trustees, if I consult with staff to
Absolutely.
make sure, because, you know, it's easy for me to say, yeah, we'll do it. And then, okay, let's do it, you know? But it sounds like fun, and we have some great planners, you know, on our staff, and they're
have some
committed
great
to our district
barbecuers.
and want to bring kids and families together.
Yes.
So, okay,
Exactly.
okay. I'll work with staff.
Okay, perfect.
And I know Trustee Ross has a new request about putting on a discussion item about magnet schools, dual immersion, and other programs, but I'll let you speak for yourself.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Trustee Ross, I think that it's really imperative that if we are going to bring more families and keep our families, that each school has something that attracts them to it. So looking at the concept of magnet schools, we have opportunities for a VAPA school, a STEAM school, a technology school, however you want to do it. But then that also drags, if someone that doesn't really want to be at EV Kane, maybe we can pull them in because we offer something very unique there. So just making, and I know this was something that was brought up with our past superintendent, where she spoke to each school and had each school come up with ideas of what they can specialize in. And then I never saw that come into fruition. There's a lot to focus on in this. However, I think if we're going to make these big changes, right now is kind of the time to do that.
So the title for your discussion item would be discuss
the
magnet school
magnet school.
possibilities?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Trustee Brickler. I have a request that we, send families the intent to enroll form as soon as possible and start collecting that data so that we have an understanding of what they want. Sounds like the form is ready to go.
It's ready to go, but we needed to get the, you know, the vote tonight or not, however this is going to work out. And then we need to fine tune some language. So you know, as much as I'd like to say it'll be ready, you know, by early next week, that can be a goal, but I can't guarantee that right now because I don't know what is on staff's desks. But that we met about it already. We discussed language. We got everything, you know, tight. We also talked, you know, as we do every year at this time, about our TK enrollment, our early enrollment, and what kind of a push we're going to make this year. But again, now after tonight, we have some more information. So I'll revisit that with staff and we'll get that out as soon as possible.
Can we maybe put a time frame on it, like by the end of January-ish?
I believe we have a time frame on there, but I could be wrong. So
Okay.
I'll check into that. It's kind of late, so my brain is now.
I have another request, which is to have the information about what is the budget for campus retrofitting? And will the board have any say in those costs? We heard a figure, I think it was very ballpark, of between $300,000 to $500,000 to add 2 playgrounds to EV Kane. I know they come from restricted funds, but it would be, I think that this board should have some say into what the costs are related to this grade reconfiguration.
And to that point, Heather, do you already have kind of a ballpark what we're looking at with EV Kane, or is that still being developed?
Thank you, CBO Leslie. Yes, that's still being developed. We have some, general ideas of like, what equipment would cost and things like that, but depending on the engineering of the site and some other things with the, the architectural plans, those still need to be, reviewed with proposals. But, considering the time frame and, bidding culture and, the unique work that will be, undertaking with those playgrounds, I think that, we're going to utilize some alternative methods that the board's already discussed and, kind of okayed in order to, make sure we can get that through. So either it could be by like a lease back delivery or CMAS contracting, something along those lines.
I don't know that we have discussed that kind of detail. I don't even know what sort of terms you're referring to. Lease back?
Those would have been probably last year when we had an information item in regards to different types of procurement.
Okay, I'm familiar with the concept of procurement. What I'm trying to get at is, it actually goes beyond EV Kane, is what is it going to cost for each of the sites? We have 3 sites that will need some sort of changes to accommodate different student populations than they currently serve. And I would like the board to have a say in what these costs are, because I think that this transition could become very costly, and I'm concerned about whether those costs outweigh the potential cost savings and the benefit.
And I think that's with the board approval process, typically. I mean, if like, let's just say, for example, you go out for a hard bid, let's just say, which is basically you're low bidding for what the minimum somebody thinks that they could come in and do it, and not really adjusting for any other costs. The temperature of the bidding climate is what really drives that. So even if somebody were to come in with let's just say a lowest bid in that scenario, that would be our lowest bid. So we would either have to throw all the bids out or we would have to accept a low bid. So when you say like, do we have a say in those costs? It's like, well, I mean, you can't tell the contractors all what they're going to bid on it, but, you can choose to either approve or disapprove the project.
Is there a list of the projects that are required to make this transition? We talked mostly about playgrounds at EV Kane, but there's so much more to this.
There's actually, I don't know that there's as much as what everybody is concerned about. I know we have talked about, tiny toilets at, which was brought up in public comment, for EV Kane, that's actually the lower end of the spectrum. So I'm less concerned about popping a toilet off and popping a toilet on, as opposed to having to, dodge irrigation or, install playgrounds and things of that nature. So we're trying to loop those in with the shade structures as much as possible so that we can kind of conserve that and get, a little bit more bang for our buck. So that's how we're trying to wrap these projects together so that we're not going out for individual bids and it becomes a little bit more advantageous for a contractor to want to give pricing or, give us better pricing if they're already working on a site. They don't have to remobilize. But, as far as like classroom available, I mean, we're not really going to be placing any classrooms. So it really just comes down to if there's any changes to like service in the cafeteria.
So Skyridge, for example, you're going to be adding 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to that campus. What physical changes are required to accommodate those students?
I don't know of any.
Just moving classrooms.
Okay. I guess I've heard concerns that, will bigger students fit into, I don't know, how do you, like there's just considerations about these are larger people and will they fit into a classroom, and are there Bunsen burners, or will they have a locker room to change into if they're playing sports at their campus? I don't know. There's just what are the cafeterias configured? I don't know. There's a lot of things that come up, and I don't have answers because I don't know. You're saying that nothing needs to change at Skyridge.
No, there's no difference in the sizes of classrooms or toilet facilities or drinking fountains for our middle school students than we have at any of the other elementary sites. The only differences in sizes or heights that I see is usually in the TK or the kindergarten. And even then the classrooms are, preferred to be much larger, but we operate many of them out of 960 square foot classrooms approximately, or even sometimes less in some older sites. So, I mean, majoritively, I don't know that would be a concern. A lot of middle schools, especially in TK8, they don't have locker rooms. We don't require dress for physical education. So, I don't know of any changes that we would have to enact necessarily.
But still, I'm asking for a list of any projects that are required in this transition.
And I know that we've had that in our previous presentations about what it would take or what it would look like if we had to go through a TK8. So we can refer back to those as well.
I'm a little bit curious as far as like the science room and everything that's happening at EVK. And I know there's like materials that shouldn't really be touched or gases or things. I've also heard, how is that science room? Is it going to be moved to other classrooms at the other schools? Or is that staying as is? Or are we doing anything to that?
I'm going to let Superintendent Lucci Garcia talk to that. But as far as facility for keeping any science type items, it's usually a fire resistant lockable cabinet, which really isn't a change to facilities. It's more of just like a materials purchase.
Okay.
I would have to consult with Principal Mayberry to find out what her intent is for her classroom. She did submit a map that I shared at that presentation. She was the one that actually drew up her map herself, whereas I speculated for the other two schools because I didn't have them in prior to the presentation. So, I can refer to that, but also consult with Principal Mayberry.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, even though we have the science teacher sitting in front of us, we're not able to interact with members of the crowd unless there had, or public, unless there had been a public comment or, yeah.
Are there any additional requests? Okay, with that, it is 11:30 or 11:38?
11:30.
11:30, and this meeting is adjourned.
Good.
In-N-Out's still open. I can still get dinner.
Oh, we got out early tonight. Hallelujah.
Okay, I think what you did because
Okay, what do we?